I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management.
Coffee is ready.
If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time, is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title.
I like this queen f4 move. It's a Jan move.
And he likes to do it fast. He smells blood.
Watch this. I know this.
There
I know my man. I know my man.
The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him. Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
This is a different Ding than the one who was wearing his hoodie, cuddled on that chair, deep in thought. He knows that this is in the bag now.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
In front of us is the stately ballroom of the St. Regis Hotel in Astana, Kazakhstan, where exactly 15 minutes from now at 3 p.m. local time, Ding Liren will be executing the first move of the second game of the FIDE World Championship 2023 against the formidable world number 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi. We welcome you to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Championship. I am your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, once again, it is a great honor to welcome world number 6, Super GM Anish Giri. Anish, good morning to you. I'm feeling some deja vu. We've been here before, haven't we?
Good morning, Dania. It's a Groundhog Day.
It is indeed. It's another day of World Championship action, ladies and gentlemen. And before we delve into the specifics of this game, let's outline what's at stake. The World Championship title, of course, is at stake. That's the main thing. But there's also a pretty generous prize pool to supplement the title. There's a total prize pool of 2 million euros, with 1.2 going to the champion. And of course, the champion earns the automatic ability to defend their title in the subsequent cycle. Anish, we really don't need to belabor the point. I don't think there's anybody out there in the whole wide world who is disputing the prestige and the importance of the world champion title.
Yes, I can't state it enough. It's really just, every child's dream, and it's so huge. The prize fund, still there, still matters.
Yeah, I know a couple things one could get for either of those sums. Now, who is going to get that top prize of 1.2 million euros? Well, that remains to be seen, because the first game, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday ended in peace, but the game was anything but peaceful. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces, showcasing some excellent opening preparation. He had Ding, one could say, on the ropes. He was never outright winning. It was never entirely clear that he was winning, but he most certainly had serious winning chances. And yet there was a lot of resilience demonstrated by the Chinese Grandmaster to hold off the draw. A big result, Anish, for Ding Liren, who we could say, without exaggerating, was pretty close to losing that game.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday was not a disappointment for spectators. It was not one of these draws, that went perfectly from start to finish. There was a lot of action, and we saw vulnerabilities on both players' part. Ding's opening, was targeted, and Jan found a place to strike and got an advantage. And later on, Ding defended well, and Jan showed vulnerability later in the game and in his own part, and he step by step let the big advantage slip. And by the time they reached move 40, there was nothing left, and we had to see a draw. But promising start, and I expect today it will be different, because Ding will have the white pieces, but I'm hoping for the same kind of scenario, that he will find some weakness in Nepos repertoire.
I'm hoping for that too, and I'm really excited to see what Ding will bring to the table. And he'll have to bring a lot to the table, because the difference in actual playing strength between these two players is marginal, no matter how you slice it. You look at these players' statistics, age, rating, only 7 points separate their classical rating. They did a little switcheroo. Ding used to be world number 2. Nepo used to be number 3 after Tata Steel. They switched, and their classical and rapid head-to-head is basically 50-50. Obviously, yesterday's draw merely tacked on what is the most common result between these two players. And Anish, I think it's safe to say that's not for lack of trying. That's just because they are legitimately amazing at chess and very, very similar in strength, but perhaps not in playing style. Would that be accurate to say?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I would call them asymmetrically equal. You know, they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Ding is, I believe, still less well prepared in the opening than Jan. We've seen that yesterday, at least. Well, we'll see. Maybe today will be a different story, but so far that seems to be the case to me. Whereas Ding, he has other strengths. His very deep positional understanding that manifests itself in some of his best games. And we can talk about it for many hours, but basically, I'd agree with you in terms of level. They're very, very close.
Indeed, they are. And one of the big questions: who can steer the games in the direction that they favor? Can Jan showcase that opening preparation, or can Ding drag these games and make them long technical positional battles, kind of like Magnus Carlsen was able to do game 6 and onward in the previous match? Well, our very own FIDE master Mike Klein is on site in Astana, working so hard to delve behind the scenes and really walk us through what's going on in the minds of these players as they go through this very, very difficult trial. Let's listen into Mike's report from round 1.
Mike Klein for Chess.com in the media room following round 1 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship. We had more than a 5-hour game played, and Ding was not comfortable for most of the match. In fact, afterward, we learned that Ding had done almost no preparation for the game today, especially the opening. And even more than that, after move 1, he had spent almost 50 seconds before deciding to play the move e5 as a response to e4. But what does make Ding feel more comfortable is the amazingly new and refreshing relationship with Grandmaster Richard Rapport. At first, we knew that they were seconds. I saw them eating breakfast together. But then I come to find out that they actually listened to 80s music together. You can be sure I'll be asking what bands they listen to. Richard Rapport's got a little bit of that flock of seagulls thing going. And also, they practice English together. Of course, it's not a native language for either of them, but Ding says he actually thinks differently when he talks in English. So there you go. I don't know how exactly that is, but we'll be sure to find out. As for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he got a little bit of pressure, but wasn't quite able to convert. And we will see what unfolds in round 2 with both the game and the Richard Rapport situation.
Well, thank you, Fun Master Mike, for that lovely report on Richard Rapport's Rapport. I got that perfectly. I was practicing that in the rehearsal.
You did practice
I got that right. Yes, I got it right. Well, that rapport with Ding Liren is, of course, so important because you need all the support that you can get in this grueling event, don't you?
Yeah, and it's a big story so far. Yesterday's press conference by Ding and the newfound friendship between Ding and Rapport really, making the headlines. And it's indeed a very interesting phenomenon. And the things that Ding said, fascinating topic in general, how the language impacts your way of thinking. And it's certainly true. And that can be specifically applied within chess because, when you think of knights, you think of bishops. It's one thing when you see an elephant on f1 instead of a bishop. Suddenly you might think, okay, if it's an elephant, it should go all the way to b5 and not to c4. You got different thoughts. And that aside, also the life in general, some words, they have different meanings in different languages, and that really impacts, I believe, the way people are. And it's an interesting topic to delve in, but I'm not the one qualified. What I'm qualified is to talk about chess, so let's hope that begins soon.
It will indeed begin soon. We're about 8 minutes away from the start of the game. That was very well put about the way that language really impacts your way of seeing the world and obviously impacts your way of seeing the 64 squares in front of you. Well, these players, they will be seeing 64 squares in front of them for many games to come. Let's take a quick look at the overall format. If you're just joining us, this is the World Championship match. It consists of a best of 14 battle. The first to 7.5 points wins the championship. There is 1 point assigned for a victory, as is standard, half a point for a draw, and obviously 0 points for a loss. In contrast to the previous World Championship, the players swap colors each game, so nobody will have white or black 2 games in a row, and of course a draw cannot be offered by either player until move 40. That doesn't mean a draw can't be made until move 40. A 3-fold repetition can still be claimed by either player, but this draw offer rule, it's been in place now for well over a decade, Anish. I think it's a welcome change. And I think the lack of consecutive whites or blacks is also a welcome change.
Yeah, it's clear the organizers and the players have spent time, evaluating how the previous matches have gone, try to draw certain conclusions, and come with a tiebreak in the format that they believe is the best as of now. And certainly, the things that we see here that make a lot of sense to me. The length of the tournament, as we had discussed yesterday, seems to be a good compromise between keeping in time with the modern world when you can't have an event lasting for more than a month. At the same time, you don't want it to be decided too quickly, meaning you want to give players some room to take risks. And when it comes to draw offer before move 40, as we saw yesterday, it worked out perfectly. After move 40, actually, the tension yesterday dissipated completely, and the game was drawn quite quickly after that. But before, we had a lot of action, and as spectators, we are lucky that the players cannot escape, this torture room and just make a draw when the pressure is the highest and questions are the hardest to answer.
Listen, what's stressful for the players is good for the spectators and the commentators. So I'm certainly not complaining. I'm also not complaining about the time control, which is the most generous of any tournament or match really on tour. 120 minutes. That's 2 hours for the first 40 moves. Then another hour added to each player's clock after they execute the 40th move. Then, after move 60, 20 moves later, another 15 minutes is added. And don't ignore that last bullet point because it could be important. A 30-second increment is only instituted after move 60. This is to avoid the craziest of time scrambles. So there is no increment until move 60. Flagging is very much possible. And we did see Ding Liren experience a good deal of time pressure yesterday. But ultimately, it did not truly impact the course of the game. Well, what is going to impact the course of Game 2, folks? That remains to be seen. You can see the board there in that beautiful playing hall in front of you. I think the time has arrived, Anish, for our favorite part of the day, opening predictions. This is Ding's first game with the white pieces. I predicted 1c4 on my stream yesterday. What's your call?
Well, I tweeted that as well. Unfortunately, I'm not able to follow all the streams, and I apologize. I didn't know your stream.
How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine you still have the energy left after my stream. I was, I needed some, after our stream joined with you, I mean, I needed some fresh air and a lot of rest. But yeah, you are experienced streamer. You're back at it, I hear. But I predicted C4 on Twitter as well. Ding has done it in many important games recently. I also peaked, and my longtime coach, trainer, and one of the biggest chess experts in the world, Erwin Lamy, he has predicted, he had a more subtle prediction. He said the bishop will appear on g2, but how that will happen, that he doesn't know. And indeed, it could happen via the Catalan or via 1c4. I allow still a couple other possibilities. One other possibility is Ding could play a Nimzo. He's played it in an important game against Rajabov at the Candidates, the game that he actually lost. But he wanted
20
to win
something
it.
moves.
Yeah, but so probably he will not do that, actually. Some bad memories there. And he could play 1e4, the logic being that Jan pretty much only plays the Petrov lately, which is a target potentially. And Richard Rapport is also an expert on the Petrov. So besides that 80s music, they could be talking some Petrov. There is a chance for 1e4 as well. Basically, anything can happen.
Yeah, in between generous helpings of name an 80s band, of course, I can't come up with a single one when the moment arrives. I'm more of a 2000s and 70s kind of person. I need to stay away from that topic because I'm just going to embarrass myself. There you can see the players arriving. Jan Nepomniachtchi doing his classic swiveling. There are 2 minutes or so until the start of the game. The players writing down the information on the score sheets. This is a official chess game. They do the exact same thing before this game that they would do before any tournament game. 1c4, it's a versatile move. It's a move that has been incredibly fashionable now for well over a decade. The fashions within this move have obviously changed. And if Ding does indeed play c4, Anish, a big question would be, how is Jan going to respond? Is he going to play principled with 1e5, essentially the reverse Sicilian, or is he going to stick to the same opening scheme that he chose against 1d4?
Yeah, I believe there was an evolution in Jan's repertoire. He used to play knight f6, and then eventually he moved on to e5, e6 being another common move. I would expect that if c4 would happen, Jan would follow it up with e5. He has beaten Ding with 1c4, e5 in the first game of the Candidates tournament, the last one, the one that Jan finished first and where Ding finished second. again, I don't know how much importance Ding puts to these memories that he had, and he also had good memories, in the English as well. And I think he kept playing 1c4 in the candidates even after losing to Jan. So I don't think that impacts him very much. The question is, has he found some ideas against c4, e5, or perhaps he has some attempts in the Nimzo or in the Petrov or in some Catalan? Hard to speculate, but if we have to put a percentage, the one with the highest percentage, yeah, there must be 1c4, and then I would have to say 1e5 being the like list.
And in many ways, as you can see, Jan kind of
approving
applauding.
Thanks,
there
Jan.
we go. And now it's Ding's turn to approve, and we always have a different dignitary making the ceremonial first move, which is not the official first move of the game. It is then retracted by the player who can make the same move or a different move. This is just a tradition to include, the dignitaries and the various individuals who make this match possible, and a little posing for a photo. I think that's C4, Anish, but it's impossible to say.
I think it's D4. I was trying to zoom in there. I think it's D4, and I believe Ding is such an honest man. He probably will actually play D4, and no deception there.
Well, we're about to find out. The first move of Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the FIDE World Championship 2023 has been played. And it is indeed 1d4, to which Jan responds by developing his knight. All right, next question. What is Jan going to play on move 2?
It must be e6. Must be e6.
He's
He did play the Grunfeld in the
Grunfeld.
past. In the past, exactly. But in the World Championship match and in the candidates, he's stuck to e6.
Great call. And Ding, no Nimzo for us today. He develops the knight to f3.
It's got to be the
And
Catalan.
Nepo.
Yeah.
And indeed, whoa!
What? He mouse slipped. The G pawn is the one. It's the other one. It's not that one. It happens,
H3?
The board is
No,
long.
he's
and
played
you just-
H3.
It happens. I mean, he tried to play G3. The hand slipped to the right, and this is crazy. This is crazy. Wow.
H2, H3 has just been played on move 4 of this Queen's Gambit declined position. Not G3, folks. That's the Catalan. H3. Preparing G4. Have you seen this move before? Anish, I have so many questions right now. There's so much going through my head. There's so much going through Jan's head right now. What's happening?
Well, first of all, it's clear that Richard he has been involved.
He's behind this.
He's behind this. Richard is now smiling, listening to. Unfortunately, I'm also not really aware of He's like 80s. I don't know where. Probably Abba is somewhere there, but maybe I don't know. Maybe it was before. You probably know better. But yeah, the H3. It's clearly the cooking of rapport. That's a crazy move. What I can tell you, I know is kind of common, is after knight c3, bishop e7, the Queen's Gambit declined. Here, I believe h3 is a thing, maybe directly. I think directly. Or yeah, I think it's directly. And after castle,
And is the idea to prepare G4?
No, I think it's something else. I'm not even sure. It's a bit embarrassing. I'm supposed to know what is the idea. I think it was takes and bishop f4, and somehow it made some sense, but not much. Not much. Here, I mean, so the big question is, we have to compare, of course, all the possibilities. Now, I think you can play the Queen's Gambit accepted now. Basically, these are all the Queen's Gambit accepted moves. Now, most likely you go e3, right? So
right, and then
knight c3, you got some
bishop e4,
strange
maybe.
Vienna. Yeah, but that's like a Vienna where you go h3. That's even weirder. So more.
Well, listen, every opening where you go h3 is going to be weird by definition. Queen's Gambit accepted with h3 is also, not the most palatable option.
Queen a4 check, maybe, but let me think how it compares to things I know. Yeah, it doesn't compare too badly, actually. Queen a4 check.
Black blocks, presumably with the knight or the
maybe
bishop.
With the knight. Knight d7 looks the most normal here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, what I expect most normal is to go e3. And then let's say Black just plays the Queen's Gambit accepted. Here takes, and let's say a6. Then we've got this tabia, probably white castles, where there's this tabia with the pawn on h2, where white goes b3 or bishop e2 or knight c3 or knight d2 or even e4 or a4 or queen e2. I don't think they go h3 very often, but they kind of can. I don't think they do so very often. The point is, of course, that Jan doesn't really play the Queen's Gambit accepted, so he just wants to take him out of book. Of course, there's no advantage here for white. No major advantage. That cannot be the case. But It's a way to take him out of book. Now let's see how can Jan transpose to what he plays. After knight c3, Jan plays two openings. He plays the Tarrasch with c5, cd5, cd4.
This fashionable line.
Yes, and before that he used to play the Ragozin, so he knows both of them pretty well. But that's kind of pretty much all he knows about this position, I believe. Now here you could definitely play the Tarrasch, but not the cd one, because now the knight's not attacked. You'd have to go ed, which is not the Tarrasch that he plays with isolated pawn. I don't think he would go for this. h3, of course, is a kind of a waste of time, but the isolated pawn is still present. I'm not sure he will like that. Now the Ragozin is not really possible, because I'm not going to place the knight here. I'm going to play bishop to d2, I suspect.
And this is more like a Bogo Indian type of kind of thing going on.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, you can pretend it's a Catalan, but it's really not a Catalan, because my bishop is not going to go here. I mean, so one thing is clear for Jan, like he is taken out of his opening repertoire. Like he cannot transpose into a structure that he knows, or he's taken out. The good thing for Jan is that, well, any opening he chooses now, be it Queen's accepted or the QGD or even the Tarrasch or even the Semislav, any opening will be okay because he gets a good version. White is also not worse.
Right. And to get straight the kind of philosophy behind the move h3, I think broadly you can categorize crazy opening moves into two buckets. The first is, for example, after d4, knight f6, c4, g6, there's this h4 move that's been all the rage lately. And you're kind of going for the kill, right? This is not a move. This is a move you play for surprise value, but it's a move that you play because you want to go h5 and checkmate black down the h file. The move h3 seems to be played for an altogether different reason. This is the second bucket where, from what you're explaining, Anish, he's basically trying to... Ding is willing to accept a slightly inferior version of many different types of openings, but none of them are openings that Jan necessarily feels at home in. So he's saying, yeah, listen, the position is equal, but I would know the resulting ideas better than Jan. Is that a good way to characterize the philosophy behind h3? Because preparing g4, maybe you play g4 in some positions, but I really don't think that's the primary idea of h3. It looks like a waiting move, by and large.
Exactly. And Dania, you are saying what I think, but in a proper English. I think we should work more together. You're doing a great job. It's exactly what I wanted to say, except my ability to speak English is not matching yours, so I was unable to articulate exactly that. And you are exactly right. G4 is not the point. It is indeed a waiting move. And while Ding accepts an inferior version of an opening that Jan is not comfortable in, he's not accepting a worse position by no means, because he had an extra tempo with the white pieces. He's still not worse. He's not much better, but the position is roughly equal. And what we see today, similar to what we saw yesterday, and that is one beautiful thing about playing a match against someone other than Magnus Carlsen, is that now people are no longer afraid to just play chess on equal terms. They're both confident. They both believe that they're better than the opponent. And that can only be the case when you pit two players of equal strength against each other. And when they played against, or had Ding played against Magnus Carlsen, probably wouldn't have done that, because Magnus's weaknesses are not playing chess. His weaknesses are opening preparation. So you really try to squeeze the most out of the opening. You try to go for the long lines that Magnus doesn't want to memorize, that he doesn't memorize well, and you really try to extract the most from the opening. Whereas when Ding plays Nepo, Ding thinks, if I get a position where Jan is not familiar with the position, I'm a better player. Nepo yesterday thought exactly the same. And that's a beautiful thing about having a match where two players are very close in strength.
And I want to unpack, Anish, what is going on in Nepo's mind right now as he's taking now 7.5 minutes and counting, looking up at the skies there, trying to figure out the proper response to h3. I did have a minor question about possibility of seeing h6 here and responding to a waiting move with a waiting move. Then it occurred to me that h6 creates a target on the king side. So anytime black castles, g4, g5 actually then does become a serious attacking idea. But Jan seems to be the kind of guy who could do something like h6 or maybe a6, something maximally flexible to try to toss the ball right back into white's court. But more broadly speaking, Anish, I just wanted your thoughts on what you think is going through his mind right now. Is he just busy choosing The line, has he figured out why h3 is played, or is he still trying to get his bearings and really pinch himself and make sure that Ding actually did just play for h3 in this position?
Well, I mean, you pinch yourself very quickly because you gotta react to your opponent, and it's a world championship match. There's no time to philosophize. It's really a matter of action and a matter of solving problems. So I think he was sort of shocked for 10 seconds, and then he started thinking. Now there might be a small thought going through his head where he regrets not having taken a very brief look at this move, because it makes sense to look at it a little. Yeah, of course he plays the Queen's Gambit accepted. I think that feels by far like the most critical option. H6, A6 is something you play in a title Tuesday, where you want to sort of show your opponent, I don't care about your psychological pressure. I also play H6, A6, whatever. Let's have fun. But in a World Championship match, it's a different story. You have a lot of time. You want to make the best move, and I think DC, I would intuitively also think that Queen's Gambit accepted is the opening that is the most principled when you waste a tempo with a move like h3. And Jan is somewhat familiar with Queen's Gambit accepted. He had a game with the white pieces against Gukesh in the recent tournament, the last one he played in Germany. So he knows something about Queen's Gambit accepted. Maybe not too much, but some ideas. He has some plans with the white pieces. He knows something, and whether that will be enough, we will see. But DC, I think I can stand behind that.
And neither player is sitting at the board. Of course, Ding wasting no time going to his favorite spot, the rest area, and Jan seems to be doing the same. So we have chair versus chair. We've gotten used to that from yesterday. Now we have Grandmaster Min Lei in the chat, and thank you to everybody who is joining us, whether it's early for you or later in the day. We appreciate it. This wouldn't be as hype without you. Now, G2, G4 in this position should not be entirely discounted. Obviously, E3 is the move that I would bet a silver dollar on if I was a betting man, which I'm not. Anish, G4, is there any possibility we see that, or your earlier proposal, Queen A4 check?
So I think how people used to play these offbeat lines back in the day, before the engines became so strong, is indeed they try to make a weird move and follow it up with a point. So they would consider G4 here. They would consider placing the bishop on F4 so it can go to H2. They would try to make sense of H3. But how people play these weird moves now is they make a weird move and then they follow it up with the first engine line, which I suspect is the move E3. So it's different. Like you don't make a move H3 to follow it up with the wrong plan of G4 and all that. You play H3 because it's H3, because it's new, it's unstudied. And now after GC, okay, it's time, just time to put that behind you and start making the best moves, because you cannot afford too many inaccuracies in the opening. And indeed, he plays E3, and he's going to go for this Queen's Gambit accepted, not the most challenging system with H3, a system that doesn't exist, but hoping that Jan doesn't know how to deal with that, with these kind of positions. And indeed, he has very little experience in the Queen's Gambit accepted pawn structures.
Imagine showing the position that's in front of you right now to someone who doesn't know the first couple of moves, and you ask, when was H3 played? It could have just as well been move 1, move 2, and the movement of the H pawn early in the game. To me, I feel like it all started with that blitz tournament of Gary Kasparov. He played H4 in a pretty well-known Nimzo Indian position. Then people started doing it in the King's Indian. And I see that you're showing that line right now. Let's pull up an analysis board really quickly, because this was the beginning of a movement. Knight F3, DC, exactly, B6. And here, Gary Kasparov uncorks this move H4, which, however many years ago that was, Anisha, 5-7, was still, wow, you move the H-pawn without developing your pieces. Now, we see H3 on move 4 of a world championship game, and, we barely bat an eye. I mean, just kidding. We're still pretty surprised. But these H4 moves, H3, waiting moves with the corner pawn, really the ability to be creative in the opening, it's detracted in certain ways, and that you can't play certain things that have been refuted. But I think, Anish, you'll co-sign me on this. You can be creative in other ways now, and you can do things that would be pretty much unthinkable 20, 25 years ago, as Jan still hasn't returned to his board and still hasn't decided whether to cling to that C4 pawn.
Yeah, indeed. If we look at the position, and I think Jan will play the sort of the safe way, follow it up with the main line with C5 and A6, because he knows that is a guaranteed a fine approach. B5 is very principled here. It's usually dubious, but white having wasted the move on the move h3, yeah, he doesn't do that. In fact, you can kind of play b5, because I know this position with colors reversed, with a white pawn on h2 being black. You know what I mean? So you would sort of lose a tempo and in an opening like this one, you would get this position, yeah, basically. And then before is a move, and I had some game here. But Jan wants to have none of that. It's much more complicated, and he just goes for c5, which is understandably the way to go. Ding takes the pawn. Now Jan could also go for the knight c6 setup. But a6, I think he will do both. You probably need both these moves, a6 and knight c6. I think it's just a matter of move order here.
So you can start with a6. Of course, the idea is to cover the b5 square, prepare queenside expansion with b7 b5, which also potentially vacates the b7 square for the light squared bishop. This is the most flexible move because you delay the development of your queen's knight. a6 has been played, and Ding responds with castles kingside. So we have a completely standard run-of-the-mill, well-known Queen's Gambit accepted position. There's just one difference. There's this pawn on h3, and normally, Anish, what move do we normally see in lieu of h3? Is it a4? Is it knight c3? How does white usually spend this tempo?
Yeah, well, that's a good question, and there's no answer here, no right answer, because there are 10 moves here of all of equal value. If you run the engine there and you put 10 moves, it will tell you roughly the same evaluation. Let's say, depending on the engine, it will be between 0.07 and 0.09, and all the moves will show up, all of them different. There is a pawn sacrifice with e4. There is a4 stopping the expansion. There is knight c3 developing the knight. There is knight d2 developing the knight. There is b3 developing this bishop. There is bishop e2 going back. There is bishop d3 going back. There is bishop b3 going back. There is queen e2. There is also rook e1. And all of these moves have different ideas, but in terms of their strength, the engines rank them as more or less of equal value. So plenty of different plans. h3 is actually very confusing because white hasn't committed to anything. And there are advantages to that. So for example here, if black chooses to play b5, after bishop e2, bishop b7, now imagine the knight was on c3. Then after a4, b4 would target the knight and gain a tempo. But now that the knight is still on b1, we managed to exploit the fact that we lost this knight c3 tempo, because now we actually gained it because we don't have to retreat back. This is an example of how making a waiting move could actually be beneficial.
And if I may just to add to your point, if we go back to that position after b4, the point that you're trying to make is that the knight can directly head to the c4 square. This is one of the typical ideas of the Queen's Gambit accepted. The knight heads to d2 and then to c4. And once you reach c4, white can start to surround some of these weak squares. When you push a bunch of your pawns like this, you leave a lot of squares behind. You can think about the b6 square. And even if you're not a Queen's Gambit accepted player, you can see how white can develop rather nasty pressure on the queen side. So that's why Jan is not blitzing out b7, b5, which is a move, Anish, that I think would be very automatic to someone who is not initiated in these ideas. But a perennial Queen's Gambit accepted player knows that you don't push your queenside pawns unless you've put a lot of thought behind doing so.
Yeah, and I just want to correct you here, just so that you draw the arrow correctly, because some people who are not aware of how the horse moves, they could get confused. The knight does not go from b1 to c4, it goes via d2 to c4. So please draw that arrow correctly, because it's very important we established that right. Thank you.
Hey, commentators get to do whatever they please, Anish. You should know that. It's day 2 already. We can put the knight on c4 if we want to. It's people like Jan, Nepomniachtchi, and Ding who have to play by the rules. But let's go back to the live board. Castles kingside is the last move on the board. Jan has spent 15 minutes. So b7, b5 is one option. Knight c6 is another option. I would imagine that bishop e7 and the development of his kingside would be a third way to play here.
Well, I think, frankly, knight c6 will come for sure. So b5 we established is sort of not good because of this a4 idea later. Bishop e7, the problem with bishop e7, I can take on c5, then you'll have to recapture that pawn, and you had lost the tempo moving this bishop. And the only other move than knight c6 that kind of makes sense, logically speaking, is knight d7, but this move is very committal because very often you prefer knight on c6. So I think here, frankly, Jan will take his time. Okay, you could also start with CD, but no, I think knight 6 is much more flexible. I think he'll go for knight c6. I don't see
And
any issue with that.
and in response to knight c3, would it be fair to say that b5 then would eliminate the efficient transfer of the white knight to c4 in that line that we looked at? So that would be one benefit of waiting for this move, as you had described earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Now b5 definitely has much more arguments going for it. Although, of course, the play becomes very different. I mean, I imagine you place the bishop on d3 here, and after bishop b7, you can do something like, you don't have to, something like a4, b4, and knight to e4. So the play becomes completely different. But already it feels more justified having played b5 when the knight was on c3, because after b4, you at least force the white knight to make another move and waste some further time instead of developing this bishop here. So definitely sensible. Also after knight c3, here bishop e7 is an option, also cd is an option here. The thing about h3 is that it's not such a useless move in many of these positions. For example, in a position like that, you know, for example, even if everything gets traded on d5, sometimes h3 is a useful move because, you know, position gets opened up, you prevent bishop g4. Also, you create a space for the king. I mean, for future, yeah. So it's not an awfully dumb move. Also, sometimes maybe you can play bishop f4, and you've got some room for the bishop. So some arguments for h3 is not a completely pointless. So Jan is thinking about all these possibilities and thinking where is the move h3 the least useful, and he's still stuck at this position, thinking here, which goes to show that he is really not so familiar with these positions, because had he been familiar with them, he would know that knight c6 is another one of those moves that are pretty safe to make.
Mm-hmm. So to compare this, Anish, to yesterday's preparation exhibited by Jan, that rook e1 move. So we have rare moves early on in a very conventional opening. This takes it, of course, to another level. But I think the key difference between these two choices, rook e1 is a very concrete attempt to pose serious problems, whereas h3 is a more, I don't want to call it a psychological ploy. He is trying to get an advantage on the board, but he's trying to do it in a different way. He's trying to do it by dragging Jan into unfamiliar territory. So how would you compare the nature of Jan's surprise weapon yesterday and for h3 today?
I would even say that they're more similar than they look in the approach. I agree with what you said. Of course, rook e1 puts more pressure, because that's a move that was a very useful move and much more traditional in a sense. And it felt like it puts much more pressure on black, because then you feel that black has a much smaller margin for error, because the move h3, you know, is a very soft move. It's almost wasting a tempo. So you know that it puts very little pressure, and black has now a lot of room for options, normally speaking. At the same time, I think in essence they are the same. And what we see here and what they signal is that both players, they actually want to play chess. And that is what I always believed, that if you're confident enough, and if you believe genuinely that you are stronger than your opponent, and you don't want to have that opening advantage and, you know, this extra booster to your strength, if you actually believe that you are stronger than your opponent, or you want to argue that point, then you can play a classical chess. There is limitless possibilities. And people, you know, complaining that, oh, the theory, all this and that. The problem with theory is that it's harder now to get an advantage with white, because all these attempts to get an advantage have been analyzed till very far. But if you just want to play chess, if you are confident in yourself, and you are creative, or you have a creative second, there are plenty of ways, and I'm really happy to see that both yesterday and today. The game starts really early on, and both players are really showing, you know, that they came here to win. They came here to play, and that matters. And already you can see on the spectrum of Jan's faces, you know, this is a tense Jan there, and he's not happy. You know, believe it or not, there might be a thought going through his head that regrets not having looked at h3 a little bit.
Yeah, and this is awesome. I just want to mention that it's move 7 of the World Championship. We're already in we're simultaneously in completely familiar territory. We have a Queen's Gambit accepted, and yet in a different kind of way, we're in totally unfamiliar territory. More importantly, it's somewhat unfamiliar territory for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and again, to reaffirm what I said yesterday, I'm trying to pay less attention to body language. You just never know what the surface level gestures and gesticulations actually signal. But it's pretty clear that Jan, this hasn't gone according to plan, and he's not necessarily thrilled to be facing a new set of challenges in a position he doesn't feel at home in after only move 7. Of course, Ding has been gone from the board ever since he castled now for the entirety of the 9 minutes that Jan has spent on Castle's kingside. But Anish, I'm totally with you. Some doors open, others close when you trace the way that fashions in the opening change. But in many ways, right now is an era of tremendous creativity. Yes, as I said earlier, you can't play the Latvian gambit anymore. You can't play the King's Gambit, and although Jan Nepomniachtchi has, but you can play moves like H3 and drag the game into completely new territory this early in the game, which I think is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think Magnus Carlsen was watching this. He pretends he doesn't watch, but we all know what he's doing. He's watching this, and he's thinking to himself, was I right, or did I just have the wrong approach? Because I'm sure he would have loved to be there in Ding's position now, looking at Jan, thinking, having this position where he can be creative and show, his real chess strength. So I do think that this kind of approach, it opens another chapter to classical chess in general, and it shows us, that you can still be extremely creative early on, and you even see the bar. The bar is even here. You see slightly above. It even gives a small plus to White. So White even has a small opening advantage here. In fact, a very small one. But add to that the unfamiliarity of Jan with the position, and the fact that Ding has studied the position in great detail, not only with the Rapport, who is rated 2750, but also with the chess engine rated 3700. So Ding is having quite an edge now in the opening, because he studied the position with the entity that is 1,000 elo points stronger than Jan. So Jan is facing this monstrous opponent, and quite a challenge here. And I think I really like it. And the fact that Jan is thinking this long, it proves that it was a great idea by Ding. In fact, going back to this position, I would still be thinking once again what were the options that were perhaps more practical. But finally, Jan goes for knight c6.
Yeah, I literally was about to point that out. Jan took a lot longer in this position, which is now more clearly defined than the one after H3. He took, 6 or 7 minutes, but I've seen players take 20 or 30 minutes after facing an opening surprise of kind of these proportions. So maybe a little bit of regret by Jan that he chose a line that Ding most certainly expected as the most reasonable option. Maybe Jan feels that he should have invested just a couple more minutes, maybe found something that Ding didn't invest quite a lot of time in, maybe something I'm a little bit more familiar with. But all of that is behind him now. He's made his choice, and he has to roll with it. And he rolls his knight out to c6, Anish, as you predicted. And of course, as we have now come to expect, neither player is at the board.
Yeah, we got a good comment there from the chat saying, Jan prepared for months, Ding rendered pointless, and 4 moves. Wouldn't be happy either. Yeah, but frankly, Jan could have prepared for H3 as well. I'm a little bit of a control freak, so perhaps it's sick mindset, a sick approach. But I would be thinking if I were at the match that yes, I should have looked at H3 actually, because it looks ridiculous because you've been raised with these traditional values of developing pieces first. But for modern chess standards, it's not such a bad move, and I've seen worse things happen. I mean, we had seen Magnus Carlsen play this crazy move a4 here in this position. First,
A4?
Okay, the story is quite long. Basically, he first played a match against Parham Maksudlu where he mouse slipped a3 into a4.
And then it became a novelty.
Yes, there was a speed chess championship that he won. It was first round of the 2022 season, I believe. And then in 2023 season, again, first round against Gukesh. And again, the same position. And this time he played a4 already on purpose. As sort of a little, whatever makes him happy, basically. The kind of humor the Norwegian world champion has. But that move is like much more outrageous because it just creates weakness, doesn't add any value. And still, by the way, he won both the games against Parham and against Gukesh.
Of course he did.
yeah, obviously. But the move h3 we see here is not near as that, doesn't create any weakness, and is only, if anything, slightly useful. So in fact, as black, you would definitely prepare for World Championship match this kind of systems where you get this colors reversed. But then, okay, as white, you could also look into that. I mean, it's sort of, we have some sort of a bias, because of the way we learn chess, is that the white should play sort of a normal traditional moves like knight c3 or develop this bishop or even e3 looks more normal to us. Even knight d2 looks more normal to us, but the move h3 is just one of the moves, and there's no need to dismiss it. And now we come to an interesting point because after knight c6, obviously Ding is still in his prep. I think this is pretty much the main line of his prep, I believe. The response of Jan is the most likely one, the one that I would also expect from my opponent. And here we'll see what Ding will choose. I guess knight c3.
Knight c3 is indeed his choice, Ding. And he's not playing any games, much like Jan was not doing that thing yesterday. You won't fool Jan into thinking that this is not part of Ding's preparation. He knows that Ding is still very much in his file and is likely to remain within the main lines of his opening file for the next couple of moves, no matter what Jan plays, because in many ways, Jan's setup here, Jan's choices are pretty narrow, Anish. I mean, b5 has to be played. Bishop f8 to e7 is standard fare in these positions. The other bishop comes out to b7. So it's not like he has 6 different setups to choose from. I think Ding's choice yesterday after rook e1 was quite a bit more vast than Jan's choice in this position. He has a choice of different moves, but the setup is largely the same.
Yeah, you are right. Indeed, you can't reinvent the wheel here. You can't be creative here. There is a limit to what you can do. In this particular position, I would suggest 3 options, frankly. There is the b5, there is c takes d4, and there's bishop e7. So bishop e7 is much less committal than b5 because you don't expose your pawn to moves like a4. The disadvantage of bishop on e7 is that now white can take on c5 and the bishop will recapture in 2 steps, so loses a tempo for black. You could try to avoid that and start with c takes d4, e takes d4 and bishop e7. Now you cannot capture on c5, but then, of course, the disadvantage is that you have opened this bishop, so white can develop it in one go to g5 or even more likely to f4. And finally, indeed, the third option we discussed, the most natural, is b5, but then, as I mentioned, pawn gets exposed to a potential a4, which is also not so simple. So 3 options here. I think all other moves are just weird. I'm not sure they make sense. I mean, I don't know. You could make a case for h6 once in a similar position. I think Jeffrey Zhang played h6 against me, but it was not a good move. Even there, you could. Yeah, I don't think that will happen. So I think Jan will choose from one of the 3 options, and I guess the most solid is bishop e7, but the most principled is b5. Most principled is b5, and he goes for b5.
And Jan, he's demonstrated a desire to act principally. That's what he signaled with d takes c4. I just wanted to add one more very quick comment on the topic of these types of waiting moves. The concept of a move like a3 or h3 in a main line position is not new. And I don't want to make these moves on the board, but if you think about the four knights position in 1e4 openings, the move a3, even the move h3, has been around for a while in the 4 knights English, where white plays c4, black responds e5, you develop your 4 knights. Again, a3 is totally standard fare. Now there you could argue that the move has a more concrete point, but in general, we're not totally unused to this notion of passing the torch back to your opponent and forcing them to put their cards on the table. It's just this occurring on move 4 of a position where we're so used to seeing the Catalan or knight c3 played so automatically. That's what creates that cognitive dissonance, as Ding immediately drops his bishop back to d3. Anish, I think, first of all, for newer players particularly, we should show why taking 3 times on d4 leads to leads to rather tragic conclusions. I'll let you.
Yeah, this is a thematic trap that you should really be aware of. A very nice one, and something that occurs a lot in all sorts of openings, and that is this discovered attack, discovered check on the queen. White sacrifices the bishop to regain the queen. That's a typical idea. So very often, something you can do in many openings where you leave this pawn on d4 hanging, only to have bishop takes b5, or sometimes bishop takes h7 check if the king is on g8. So At this point, this is so automatic that it doesn't even occur to Jan that the pawn is hanging. I mean, for a player of Jan's stature. An interesting thing I want to mention is that the position with the pawn on a3 has been played by Ding and by Jan, actually. They've played this setup with a3 bishop d3 against me. Jan played against me with white in the World Rapid, and Ding played a3 bishop d3 against Hikaru in the Candidates, that famous last game that he won in the Candidates to qualify to this match. But the fact that the pawn is now on a2 and this pawn is on h3 makes the position completely different. So it's just a fun fact that has a little added value. And the fact that Jan knows how to respond against a3 positions doesn't mean that he knows how to respond against h3. I think bishop b7 here is the move that, he plays that.
Wow.
So
Great
natural.
call. Bishop b7 is on the board, and I just want to reinforce, great point that you made. Why is Black delaying the development of his king's bishop? Because after bishop to e7, White can take on c5, and the basic notion is the bishop has to move again. You want to be able to recapture on c5 in one fell swoop. Obviously, at some point, you run out of useful moves, and you might have to bite the bullet and bring the bishop out. But while there still are other developing moves to be made, why not make them in the hopes that White will take on c5 and allow you to spare a tempo? Now, the ball right back in Ding's court. I don't think it's going to stay in his court for long. a3, I would imagine Anish is possible here.
But
looks like he's about to move.
Exactly what you want to do is exploit the fact that you haven't played a3 and go a4 in one go, and that is what he does. What he does, yeah. You already wasted one move with h3. You don't want to waste one more with a3. And actually, now it's very interesting because there is quite some pressure on Jan, and I'm no longer sure whether what he has is a good version of something, because we land in a position that is not something I can compare it. There's not something I can compare it with. Maybe Ding has found a way to justify the move h3 somehow. And let's see how Jan responds. Just after b4, which is automatic. I mean, ba is not b4 is automatic. 94. Yeah, here there's lots of options and many questions to answer. I think this move knight a5 somehow is typical in these kind of positions. It feels natural to me for some reason.
But
I don't know
what else.
Here,
if you played here, there's knight takes c5. Or are you talking more generally?
This and then this kind of things, this stuff happens, and it's not so bad because your bishop is very passive. I control this square. This pawn is very weak, so I'll probably collect it. And the knight here, it sometimes can head towards this weak b3 square, and the pawn is also blocked. The rook is kind of blocked here by both these pieces. So there is some. I've seen these kind of themes before, and I think knight a5 somehow came to my mind as the first move. Knight e4 probably the most obvious. Again, White's issue is the c1 bishop, but these pawns are weak, and okay, I have some challenging ideas. And Black's main problem here is that they haven't castled yet, and the bishop is still in a fade. So some developmental issues on the king side, always unpleasant because you want your king safe first, and here it's not yet the case. So some questions to answer here, certainly.
It's like a really fun position, the one that we're in. I mean, knight e5 is also, of course, an idea, as is queen c2, putting pressure on c5. But if we go back to the live board, b4 is also not forced. I think some players would be attracted by the look of c4, building that sort of queenside pawn chain, and then maybe reinforcing the pawn on b5 with either queen b6 or b4. But I think the concept is the same. You know, the more Black advances his pawns on the queen side, the weaker those pawns become, the more exposed the squares on Black's side of the board become. So do you think c4 is in Jan's list of candidate moves, or is it basically b4 versus c takes d4?
Yeah, when you mentioned c4, somehow it felt very dubious at first, but it is indeed very principled. You can start with c4 and then b4, definitely. You cannot reverse them, because after b4, the c4 square is no longer protected. So you could, I think you could start with c4. I don't see the refutation right away. What I should say is that somehow Jan has landed, he played all the most natural moves, but somehow he landed in a position which is very concrete, and where the fact that his opponent has this assistance of a 3700 player, the engine that he prepared with at home, plus the rapport, of course, with 2750, but mainly the engine. And the fact that he has never seen this position before, yeah, here it makes a big difference because position is very concrete. And you can easily go wrong because now there is no longer the most natural move. There's no longer, and I don't even, there's no point of reference here because you cannot compare it with anything. I was thinking, just to demonstrate on my analysis board, I was thinking that what it reminds me of is
English.
the variation. Yeah, or it could arise from Tarash, this position. So here, after a3, h6, by the way, I think is kind of possible. a6, what I want to say is that it reminds me of this position the most. Bishop b2 is the main line. But it's not exactly that for two reasons, mainly. So one is that white, the colors reversed, obviously, has this extra move h3. But another much more important is that white, in this case black, hasn't lost the tempo on a6. So this move a5 is coming with a full tempo. So it is not exactly this. I mean, it's really not this. It's a significantly worse version for Jan, basically, than this. So, and I can't quite draw any other parallels. Maybe there are some similar lines in the Queen's Gambit accepted that I'm not aware of. But I think that Jan's facing basically some new problems and preparation. And the price for move is very high because maybe c4 is right, maybe b4 is right. And I don't know. So I think he's in a very tough spot. And I don't know how he ended up there after h3, but he suddenly ended up there.
He was also facing a very relatable problem, the sort of 3:40, 3:30 p.m. nap time. You know, you had a nice lunch. You're only just playing the World Championship match. So he kind of leaned back in his chair. Now he's put his head in his hands. So I don't think that's because Jan is tired necessarily. I think he's just trying to gather himself. He understands the gravity of this position, right? It's no longer the case that he can choose some items off a menu like it was after h3. In comparison, Anish, I think he would take that kind of choice any day because whatever you choose, you'll get a decent position. Now suddenly you choose the wrong move, you're objectively worse.
Well, it's like choosing a menu, in a Chinese restaurant when you are allergic to peanuts and how the dishes are with peanuts. So he has a choice, but some stuff is definitely bad. I mean, I could totally imagine c4 being bad. Because it's very committal and you advance both your pawns. I don't know where the bishop should go. I honestly don't know. I don't know, e2 maybe? Yeah, let me go. Okay, bar doesn't like it. I was trying to keep an eye on the c4 pawn. So maybe b1. I'm just trying to watch the bar. Bar doesn't like it. Oh wait, is it AB? It's AB, right? The bar?
Yeah,
bar says AB.
We'll bring up an analysis board in just a second. But we had to milk that. We had to milk Jan Nepomniachtchi, leaning back in his chair, kind of closing his eyes there for a second. But now he's adopted his regular sitting position. So I think disaster has been averted. We can go back to the analysis. So, and he's just to make sure we're on the same page, c4 is the move that we're examining. And there you're trying to figure out where to bring the bishop or whether to take on b5 first.
Yeah, apparently it's taking on b5 first. But I could totally see this being too committal and exposing the pawns a lot because after AB, suspect we take with the bishop probably. Now I move the bishop probably to e2, keeping an eye on this pawn in case of b4. And then black hasn't developed the king side just yet. And these pawns are under attack. I have got the strong pawn center. And it looks really, really dubious for black already. And after b4, knight e4 again, I could totally see some of the moves being bad. I mean, knight a5, it kind of is somehow instinctively feels right to me, but I cannot be sure. I mean, here you give up a pawn and maybe, maybe something will go wrong there. So yes, somehow Jan didn't make the most practical choice after h3. In his defense, it was the most principled, the most natural. But of course, there were more solid options. I mean, bishop e7, nothing wrong with that. Certainly nothing wrong with bishop e7. And I don't know. I mean, the same is Slafford. Even the move a6 made some sense, but I guess bishop e7 is the and the Tarash, as I mentioned, the CD-ED Tarash. I think in this position, the move h3 is of very little value because usually you develop the bishop to g2, and then it only softens up your pawn structure. So not even sure Jan's choice of DC was the most optimal one, but one way or the other, He landed in this position, and now he has to answer questions. You also mentioned CD, I remember, yeah?
Yeah, that would be definitely something to consider. And when we say IQP, as a result of e takes d4, that stands for isolated queen pawn, which is a very typical. Obviously, there's an isolated pawn. That means a pawn that has no neighboring pawns to either side of it. No pawn on the c file, no pawn on the e file. And the isolated queen pawn in particular occurs very, very frequently, this type of structure in 1d4 opening. So the question is, who does this benefit? There's no one word answer to that, Anish. That depends entirely on where the other pieces are placed and what's going on the sides of the board. Well, I'll tell you what's going on the queen side. Black is under serious pressure, and after b4 94, weak c5 square, black's position just feels flimsy, doesn't it?
I don't know what flimsy means. My English vocabulary is very, very narrow, but the sound of the word, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's
It is
onomatopoetic.
flimsy. Yeah. It is flimsy, definitely. There is debate if h3 in chat if h3 should be called Ding variation or Richard Smile variation, but I do think Ding will give credit to his music buddy after the game, especially if he wins. He will say that he's grateful to his new friend, and he said if we were speaking in Chinese, I would never play h3, but now that we spoke in English, I felt empowered to play the move h3. Because in Chinese it sounds completely ridiculous, but in English it sounds okay.
Yeah, they were listening to their 80s hits. They were practicing their vocabulary, and boom, H3 comes to mind. It reminds me of, the funny thing is, when H3 was played, I did briefly buy into the idea that it might have been a quote-unquote board slip, and that's not without precedent. My old coach, Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov, he told me a story of a game in an old Soviet championship he was playing against a fellow GM. They had agreed to a draw because they were friends, and they agreed to make a forced draw on a Najdorf. So Gregory plays 1e4. And, sometimes you're kind of making the move as you're writing down your opponent's previous move. So Yudasin, his opponent, is writing down e4, pushes a pawn, looks up, and sees that he's played 1b5, which I think is actually the worst response to e4. It literally is like the reverse Grob. The Grob already loses for white. This is even worse. So Gregory, true to his character, he retracts the move for Yudasin and puts the pawn instead on c5. So it was classy. They did end up making the draw. Took me a second to realize h3 was actually intentional.
Yeah, and especially since we are looking at the board, at the camera from a side, and the chessboard has this interesting property that when you look at it from a side or an angle, sometimes you don't see the squares correctly. It's an interesting phenomenon on its own, by the way. You can try solving puzzles diagonally. It's extremely hard. Like I lose like 150 rating points when I look at the board diagonally. It's just really weird. And so we are looking at it like that. And when he played h3, I was really not sure whether it's g pawn or h pawn. But yeah, by now it's clear it's the h pawn. And 94, Jan is thinking, and the shirt's unbuttoned somewhat, and he doesn't look happy. He looks a little confused. He's trying to compare it with something, but there's nothing to compare it with. He's trying to think what to do. Very concerned face there by Jan.
And a very ambitious face there. This is just such a beautiful shot of Ding Liren's eyes in the background behind him. There's just something poetic about that, as Jan once again changes his sitting posture. First the blazer came off. Now the shirt is a little bit unbuttoned. This is not, I don't know if this is moving in the right direction, Anish.
Yeah, I have to give credits to the organizers for placing the pictures that way. When we don't have Ding in this angle, but we have more than Ding. We've got this huge stare from Ding Liren behind Jan, looking him in the eye, looking us in the eye, saying, what do you think of h3 now? And no, I have to say Jan looks great in a sense. He looks focused, and everything is nice. The angle is good. The haircut is excellent. But
position,
yeah, if you're his fan, you are concerned, because it is as tough as it gets in nowadays in the opening, especially when you're this well prepared as Jan. It's harder to imagine a worse scenario than this. You are out of book. There are concrete problems to solve. Your opponent is still prepared. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and just because of the move h3. I mean, that's more in chess for you.
No, this is an incredible storyline that's unfolding in this game. And to be completely clear, objectively, the position is, I'm sure, well within the range of equality. but there's at this point no longer any question that the opening experiment has been a success, which has nothing to do with how the middle game goes. You could lose the game and the opening experiment could have been a success. And, B, Jan now down 30 minutes, and first two games, both players demonstrating incredibly astute ability to shepherd the game in their direction, right? That's what we talked about before the round. Can these players have diametrically opposing styles? Can they get their types of positions? Not only does Ding have a position that he knows better, I think he has the kind of position that he feels incredibly well. I mean, he beat Hikaru in a Queen's Gambit accepted, and now he's got what he wants. Knight to a5, Anish, another great call by you. It's on the board. It's a pawn sacrifice, and it's a Jan Nepomniachtchi who gets up and tucks his shirt behind his back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know from where, but it's a pattern that I've seen before, for sure, this knight a5 thing. And Jan also has seen that as well. I can't think of the opening where I've seen it, which line, but somehow it rang a bell. Some QGA variation where you do this weird knight a5 move that somehow doesn't make much sense if you haven't seen position before, but it made sense to me, and Jan played that as well. And the bar is not too unhappy with the move. But what I'm worried for Jan is that where we have seen that move with him, because that must be somewhere, that's kind of there, it's good, but here it might be bad, because it's a very responsible move. You give up this pawn and the bishop pair, and okay, I mean, you've got some stuff in return, but taking such risks is could backfire. But there was at this point no more safe option. Yeah, let's have that clear. He believes 95 is the best move. He understands it's risky, but he has to roll with it.
He does, and this is the first, we could say, ultra committal decision of the game. This is a pawn sacrifice, could be temporary. You're also packaging in the fact that you're giving away the bishop pair. So already several concessions made, and Jan believes that his queenside pressure, his command of the b3 square, the bishop on b7, which is going to reign on the long diagonal. We'll see if all of that compensates for the pawn and the bishop pair. It should also be noted that knight takes c5 is not strictly forced. I would imagine that this is still Ding's preparation. Anish, you can fill me in on this, but knight takes f6 check, dragging the queen out, and then something like e4. I've seen similar types of ideas where the dark squared bishop comes out to g5, and this has to be seriously assessed.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ding, it has been assessed by his 3700 rated helper at home, and they've come to conclusion. You know what I'm suspecting? I think, I will check that later on, but I suspect we might have seen this position with Jan from the a3 variation, where white loses a tempo on the move a4. And then likely white's pawn is still on h2. So what could be the case is that actually white won a tempo after all. I think that could be the case. That's what I deduced from the engine evaluation and the and the look of this position. So it is kind of interesting how finally Ding was able to outsmart Jan here. And we are waiting for Ding to return, but I am absolutely certain that he's still well in his preparation. If he's out of his preparation here, it would be a huge blunder, huge mistake on his part. I am convinced that once he returns, he'll make a move quickly. Indeed, it's hard to say. It takes here or here. I guess these are the two options, but he has worked it out. After taking, by the way, sometimes they also take with the pawn. Yeah, you've probably also seen these ideas from the match between Kramnik and Anand, where you open the G file, double the pawns, and just go for the aggressive counterattack on the G file. That's also a thing to consider. But I guess once Ding returns, we will see which of the two directions he chooses.
Yeah, and Ding continues to be away from the board. He has taken a deep liking to that chair, that couch, whatever you want to call it. He's curled up into a ball. He's sat with his head in his hands, and right now he stands with excellent preparation, a 28-minute time advantage, and very, very good prospects going into this middle game. What a fascinating opening we have here in Game 2, folks, of the 2023 World Championship. And that means it's time for us to take our first break as Ding ponders whether to take the knight or the pawn. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. You're watching Game 2 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Anish and I will be back with more Ding Nepo in just a couple of minutes.
The 2023 FIDE World Championship will be 14 games this year. We're going to see a lot of traps, pins, forks, skewers, maybe even a trap door. But you know what? Let's put this cone here just in case Jan or Ding walk by.
Eleven moves have been made. It is White's 12th move here in Game 2 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship, the first in 10 years that does not feature someone named Magnus Carlsen. Grandmaster Anish Giri, world number 6. GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today. And no, this is not a shot of the pre-game environment. This is the live shot of the game as it's unfolding. Neither player is at the board. We've said that many times. We will say that many times. It is currently Ding's move, and he uncorked 4H3 in a Queen's Gambit decline. We've been on the edge of our seats ever since. Jan adopting a Queen's Gambit accepted type setup, and as a result, Anish, it appears that White actually might have saved the tempo in this incredibly paradoxical way. No question that White has a very comfortable position. But what I wanted to ask you, and you can take this wherever you want it to go, Ding hasn't returned to the board yet. He's now taken 9 minutes counting. You seem to feel strongly that knight a5 was considered by Ding as part of his preparation. How do you marry those two things? Why is he taking this much time then?
Well, there are a few explanations. So, there's always an explanation that you're having a washroom break. Things can take a while sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, acclimatization, you have to acclimatize different food and so on. That is always possible. The other explanation could be that, so just to be clear, I've looked during the break at my notes just to clarify what has happened, and my suspicions have been proven correct. So first of all, after h3, going for the Queen's Gambit accepted setup is not the most principled direction indeed, as White is able to pose some questions. The other thing I said, this a4, knight a5 thing, it is indeed theoretical, and the line that is happening after this a3, a4 setup, where White still has a pawn on h2. So this is a theoretical position we have at the board that I was aware of, apparently, and so was Jan. It's very likely even part of his opening repertoire, because he could get it from this move order. He plays this variation, this scimitarage, And after e3, knight c6, a3, quite possibly he studied this position. And now after this, the main line goes like that. Position is very similar. Now white
Wow.
goes a4, losing a tempo,
Wow.
which is the first line of the engine. Before knight a4, knight a5 is the first line of the engine. And this is theory. And that's why I remembered it. And that's why Jan has played it. But in the position in the game, because instead of a3, Ding played h3, and then played a4 in one go, Ding actually managed to win a full tempo. Luckily for Jan, this h3 is not such a big deal, but it's still a tempo, and it matters. Now, I think another reason why Ding could be absent, and that could be because he surely looked at this. He must have looked at this. Knight a5, even here, is one of the top choices of the engine. But actually, there is a choice here. And I suspect he looked at both. I suspect black can equalize in both. And he's just choosing now in the rest area which of the two directions to take. And he has studied, prepared both of them. He thought at the time, I'll choose at the board, depending on how quickly Jan plays and all that, circumstances. And now he's choosing between the two because they are possible. Knight c5 is definitely legit, but also knight f6. Here, actually, gf6 is preferred by the engine, in fact, even. After queen f6, as you mentioned, e4. Kind of dangerous. Yeah, but gf6 is actually legitimate, and this position is assessed as around equal, but I can imagine that it's quite challenging for black if white knows what they're doing. And after knight c5, bishop c5, dc, black also has a couple of options here. For example, knight d7, when if black plays precisely, it's probably okay. And so I guess Ding might be taking his time. But of course, yeah, it would have been better to be sure. And now we don't know whether Ding is, he's actually thinking or he is just maybe snacking, or I don't know, whatever he's doing.
So is it fair to say that Jan, what he was primarily doing was, in his mind, he was considering the line without h3, the one that you had mentioned, which arises out of the Semitarsh, and he was playing through the main line and trying to figure out whether the move h3 impacts the position in a very direct way. Like, is there anything that black does there which is impossible here? And an example of that would be, in some position, let's say black needs to play knight f6 to g4. That would be a big problem. If that wasn't the case, then of course h3 is a useful move for white. It's always good to make Luft. It's always good to control an extra square. But I really think that's what Jan was trying to determine. Like, does h3 physically parry an important move in the line that happens with the pawn still on h2? Do you think that's a fair categorization of what Jan was trying to rehearse in his mind?
That is possible, and that is sort of the credit to Jan. I think the reality is more likely to be the same as what happened to me, because I still don't expect Jan to be that having all the sidelines that fresh in his head. What I suspect was the case is that he's just like me. He thought that this looks familiar and feels familiar, and I don't know if he remembered that for sure that is the case ever. I mean, he could have just sort of played the moves that look most natural to him, and he could feel that there is some kind of transpose somewhere, but I'm not sure he has exactly figured out in his head what is the case where, and if I don't think he remembers all the details of the a3 sidelines either. So I don't think it's all that clear in his mind, mapped out. In a3 I do this knight a5. I remember all the lines. Now let me compare the position here. Is h3 does h3 matter? I don't think it's that clear cut in his head, because we are speaking about again a sideline within a sideline within a sideline, and it's so much stuff that he had to memorize before the match. I'm not sure it's that clear in his head. And but even if it is, the fact that the pawn is on h3, it is confusing, because besides this knight g4, which probably never happens, you never know. There could be some lines, some sideline within a sideline, of a sideline somewhere, where you trade a bunch of things. Somewhere you collect the pawn a6 or whatever, and then rook d1 is a checkmate, and now it's not. Somewhere, you just really, you can never tell. It's just so many different deviations from now onwards. You just don't want to play position tempo down, because you don't know how it will backfire, and it can backfire, and Ding knows that. But again, it is surprising to see that Ding is not here. I don't know, maybe we don't have the rest area feed available anymore. Maybe for privacy reasons, players requested not to show it. It's possible. I think it happened to Magnus once. He asked not to be shown. But I don't know what Ding is currently up to. It's been a while, right, already?
Yeah, it's been let's see, 16 minutes and 50
Wow.
seconds counting now. That's maybe even the longest thing that anybody has taken. And of course, Ding is still presumably in familiar territory. I want to look at Nepo's candidates card, but there's a little low-hanging fruit that I have to pick first. Every time, Anish, you talk about Nepo not remembering his opening preparation, there's a little bit of irony and wordplay in that because his last name is a mouthful to pronounce for non-Russian speakers, Nepomniachtchi. Of course, I say it in a more Americanized way so that people are more familiar, but it roughly means it's not a real word, but it kind of means one who doesn't remember. It's an uncommon last name. There actually is a Nepomniachtchi living in my state of North Carolina. He's an international master, Mikhail Nepomniachtchi, who is unrelated to Jan. So I was about to say I don't know anybody else with that last name. That's a lie. I do, but Jan, he's got a great opening memory. But we talked about this yesterday. Just because your rating is over 2,700 doesn't mean that you remember, as you said, the Russian doll, a sideline within a sideline within a sideline. You're going to forget just like any other human being. But Jan was not a
Yes.
human being at the candidates tournament. Yeah, go ahead, Anish.
Yeah, but you can't remember, and the reason is that there's so much to rehearse and repeat and go over. So the problem is that if you repeat nonstop your entire repertoire, it will take you like days, basically. Because the repeating doesn't mean just scrolling through. You have to scroll through slowly. You have to think what and why. But the thing is, by the time you reach the final file of your repertoire, you had already forgotten the first one you had rehearsed. You understand? So this is like this endless loop that you will never be able to remember everything. It's just too much, too many details. And you will be able to remember a lot of important things, but inevitably the brain will decide what's important and prioritize for you. And whatever you thought was important is what you'll remember, and what you thought is not important, you will not remember. And that's what happens time and again. And I haven't met a player yet. They tell all these stories about Ivanchuk memory, who was reciting Pushkin's poem for all this Onegin business that lasts hours and hours. I've never actually finished. I was listening to audiobook, was epic stuff, by the way, but at some point I just it's just too long. I mean, but he was reciting like pages and pages of that. Or Magnus Carlsen, who was at the age of whatever 6, knew all these Norwegian provinces. They tell all these stories, and I really like all these stories. But what I see when I watch games of beat Ivanchuk or beat Carlsen, they mix up stuff. You cannot remember everything in chess, even if you are whatever genius, or they call you a genius. I haven't met a person in chess who remembers everything.
And we should also keep in mind that just the sheer volume of stuff to remember, even compared to 10, 15 years ago, it increases exponentially. A Capablanca, for example, could probably remember the entire content of his opening book. And it would, in the old days, they would literally keep notebooks where they would write down their analysis. Yes, with a pen and paper. Now, I mean, the volume of analysis can barely be contained in just a set of massive files. So, it's important to realize that we're comparing apples and oranges when we talk about the quantity of stuff to remember from the 90s. But another thing that we do remember, and I wanted to remind particularly people who are newer to the chess world, that Jan Nepomniachtchi is in the World Championship because for the second time in a row, he turned in a incredible performance at the last candidates tournament in Madrid, where he defeated Ding Liren with the black pieces in round 1. So both of them remember that game. Anish, that adds an entire new layer. The fact that they both had this incredible candidates tournament. Ding had a completely different path from Nepo. He had a very slow start. But for Jan, it was just straight out of the gate. He was a beast.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have to say that candidates tournament and World Championship match, they're entirely different in their nature. And that mainly comes from the fact that candidates tournament, in order to win it, and you must win it. Well, it's this time second place was enough, but normally not. So you must win it. You must go with the mindset that you have to win. And that requires winning at least 3 games. Even if you don't lose any. Winning 2 games and not losing any could potentially get you a tiebreak, but most likely you need to win 3 games at least, and most likely 4 or 5. And that means you have to take different kind of risks, because in one championship match, it's enough to win 1. It's even possible to not win any and win in the tiebreak. So that requires completely different.
Magnus has done.
Exactly. And that requires completely different preparation. That means you need to have at least three or four risky ideas, because you cannot afford. You want to keep your fate in your control, and you keep your destiny in your own hands. So you have to take risks, and especially with the white pieces. So you see people overpressing with white and candidates a lot, and that's what happened in. I mean, you could attribute that win largely to the fact that Ding was very ambitious first round. We got white pieces against Jan. It happened to me actually as well. The previous candidates that Jan won, I was the Ding there, and I started with white against Jan, and I prepared a crazy idea. It was one of the craziest ideas I've prepared, and I had a ginormous file that I was looking and studying. The analyses were so big, like you can't imagine. We were going over these analyses for days, and it was so crazy and risky. And Jan responded very well and beat me there. It was one of the best games I had seen. Like the level of my opponent's play was incredible. After the game, I went back to my room and I thought, okay, wow, this I've never seen something like this. He played brilliant in the opening, in the middle game, and the end game. And so it happens a lot in the candidates. You just overpress with white and you take too much risks. With the World Championship setting, it's completely different, I feel. When you play white, you go for a much more controlled approach. And so I don't think that Ding had necessarily the same flashbacks. But of course, if he loses with the white pieces, well, of course, whenever something goes wrong, you always think of the traumas of the past.
Yeah, you do, and I completely agree that ultimately, that effect should not be exaggerated. We have to keep in mind the experience level of these players, the amount of ups and downs, highs and lows that they've been through, the amount of times that they've played each other. They know the routine, so they're not sitting there thinking, "Oh, I lost the last game to this guy. I'm never going to win another game again." Of course, there are famously certain matchups, Anish, and I'm sure that you have some of your own. I'm sure that you prefer to play some super GMs over others, or do you think that's overstating it? Is it true that you prefer certain playing styles? You would prefer a Duda over a Report, for example, or a Carl Nepo over a Carlson, or is that not a thing because everyone's styles are universal now?
Well, it's not true. Everybody's style being universal is only true to a certain degree.
Mhm.
Before, the differences were larger, and now people are getting closer to each other, but still there is very clear difference in style. And I should also say that indeed you see with most players that they have a good run against someone. But I should say, though, usually you have like a run. It's not like somebody is playing well against you their entire life, or you play well against somebody the entire life. Usually it doesn't happen. It can happen. Like I think Kramnik had an incredible record against Judith Polgar. Kasparov had an incredible record against Shirov for the entire career, I believe. But what you see a lot is these movements and trends. So, for example, Levon, he started awfully against Ivanchuk. He was down many games, and then at some point they turned around and he started beating Ivanchuk a lot. I had the same with Kramnik. I was losing all my games to Kramnik, and towards the end of his career, I beat him 3 times in a row. I've had good runs against Magnus, then I've had horrible run against Magnus, and then the last one I won against you somehow. But there is that dynamic for sure, and it's largely because chess is a psychological game as well, and it's also a clash of styles. So it is definitely a thing. It's not an invention. It's not something that's made up. This whole notion of players having Ansgegners and their favorite opponents, that is definitely a real thing.
And Hikaru Magnus also comes to mind. I think their classical head-to-head at some point was something like 9 wins for Magnus, with 1 draw or 1 loss. And, Hikaru, even though primarily they've played each other in Rapid and Blitz recently, has turned it around in a substantive way. By the way, Ding is still not at his board. Now 25 minutes and counting has passed since the time that Jan played knight a5. But I think you can trace the same influence in a lot of sports. I mean, you have basketball teams that always seem to do well against other teams. So it's related to the style. It's related to what you remember when you play certain players or certain teams. So it's just such an interesting influence to observe. We are observing a board, shall we say, a incredulous Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking, "Where is my opponent?"
Even Jan has returned. I mean, even Jan was patient. At this point, I would poke our reporter Mike Klein and check up with him if he has any intel on where Ding is, because it is extremely odd. It's really long. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's not something that it is really, really, really long. So I would just disconnect it.
Disconnected. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, if it
Internet
was online, I
problems.
would bet on disconnection for sure.
Totally.
I would for sure bet on
Well,
disconnection.
but what about the Occam's razor, X-Men? What if it's as simple as, okay, knight f6 versus knight c5? He's in the play. He's in the rest area, and he's just deciding. He's rehearsing his preparation. He's deciding. Could it be as simple as that? I know that we want a more glamorous. Hopefully, obviously, hopefully it's nothing bad. But could it be as simple as that?
Yeah, it probably is as simple as that, but it is weird because that means that he then takes a long thing in the rest area. I don't think yesterday we saw that. Maybe we did. Was it that long though? Because I mean, you can take a small thing and then what you would do, I suspect, is that you take a thing in the rest area for a few minutes, then you return to the board. I also don't know from where this. Why players do it in World Championship match? Because I've played these guys many times. Ding, I've had I don't know how many games. We played over the boards a lot of times. He's very comfortable sitting at the board. He's thinking. I mean, it's part of his routine, and I'm even surprised because it's not the routine. I mean, you are usually the routine is the comforting thing, right? Like you want to get back to your routine, and okay, now he returns finally. But I was just going to make a point that I think he usually plays at the board, and I don't know why he chose to take such a long thing outside. It could be something like it could also be bathroom related. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
It could. Yeah, we sometimes in all of the discussions we forget that these are two human beings who experience human feelings and human emotions, and human things happen to them. But Ding, let's see how long he actually takes at the board. I felt like he was about to make a move. I think he's going to take a couple of moments just to gather himself. And we are about to get either knight takes pawn or knight takes knight. I'm with you, Anish. I think he's taking the pawn. I think that's more consistent with his stylistic preferences, unless Richard Report telepathically got to him, because we know what move Richard would play here. I think he would salivate at the prospect of poking holes in Black's pawn structure on the king side.
Yeah, it is true that there is something Richardish about knight takes f6, gf6.
Yeah.
With both colors. I can see Richard being very happy there with either color. But yeah, Ding though harder to pin him down. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, it could, by the way, be that he is out of book because he just sort of thought that this is a good outcome, and so he stopped here. Like 94, good for white. I'll play the rest of the board. Could also be that would be a little, would be a small oversight in the preparation because this position is reasonably likely, so he should have gone a bit deeper. But it's possible. I mean, there's so many ways after h3, so many scenarios where white gets nothing out of the opening that sometimes you don't look at the scenario where you get something actually.
And in my, measly experience with the opening preparation, it always seems to be the case that you check, all of the lines, and then there's just one line. You might even be aware of it, but there's just no way. Of the 15 lines that my opponent could play, they're all equally likely. What are the odds that he chooses this 15th? And of course, it always happens. Like always, your opponent chooses that one line that either you haven't looked at or you find to be relatively annoying. It's just crazy how often that happens. So it could be the case that knight a5 was that move which Ding was aware of, marginally looked at it with a corner of his eye and saying, I'll figure it out when I get there. And Anish, so often it happens that you look at a board on the computer in the comfort of your cabinet with your team around you and you feel comfortable. Then you come to the board, you get the same exact position. It looks completely different.
Yeah, that's a phenomenon, obviously. And indeed, what happens in your prep and what happens with the board, there's always differences. You see different moves because the board is three-dimensional, because the engines is switched off, because you are so concentrated and focused. Now, I want to make a point that with this one thing, Ding has lost his entire time advantage. At the same time, I wanted to poke your brain on something. I was wondering how you evaluate the clock times. Do you look at the clocks as they are now, or do you think that you should only compare the clocks after Black completes his move? And if you know what I mean, like let's say now Ding will play knight x5 after 119. Do you say that they have equal time, or do you say no, we have to wait for Jan to make a move to then compare the clocks?
I think that second thing that you suggest would actually be the more scientific way to approach the time situation in a time control that has sudden death, that has additional time on move 40, because White is, after his next move, one step closer to move 40. So you're absolutely right. From a purely mathematical perspective, you have to compare the situation after both players have played a certain move. By the way, quick correction, Anish. I said a cabinet. There's a Russian expression, the comfort of your cabinet basically means your room, but I just realized it doesn't mean the same thing in English. So I meant to say from the comfort of your office. But yes, I think that would be an interesting innovation to get into the habit of talking about the time situation after the players have both completed a move of a certain number.
But people never do that, right? I mean, so
Nope.
I also think that's a more correct thing, but people just compare the clocks as they are somehow.
Yeah. So after White plays his move, if White played it right now, we would be saying they have equal time, even though technically, like you said, White is one move closer to time control.
Yeah, and they could be having equal time if Jan responds immediately. Yeah, it's an interesting interesting thought there. But Ding keeps thinking. So my theory, by the way, that he's choosing which option to go from within his prep, that theory should be refuted already, because if he was choosing, he would choose much faster for sure. He wants to keep that time advantage. So what I believe is that he's out of book. I think that's 100%. Whether he doesn't remember what he prepared or whether he doesn't know because he stopped his prep here, I don't know. But he's definitely out of book. He's not choosing at this point. From what he knows, he just doesn't remember or doesn't know. Because otherwise, yeah, the thought is just way too long, and it's just uncomfortably long. And dropping below your opponent's time is a psychological barrier that you don't want to overcome in this kind of situation. So I think he just hasn't looked at this somehow.
Yeah, and rare has been the occasion when he's returned to the board and then spent an additional couple of minutes pondering the move. Very often we've seen him come to the board and execute his move almost immediately. So clearly he's not playing games. It's been 30 minutes at this point. Yeah, we know for a fact that he is deciding over the board which of these two moves to play. And by extension, Anish, we know that he's taking knight takes f6 check very seriously, because if he wasn't, it's sort of the move first, think later thing, where if you have a forced move, you might as well make it and deal with the consequences later. It makes no sense to try to, although I do that sometimes. I think everybody's guilty of that, kind of pausing when the move is forced. And as we discussed, knight takes f6, it is played. And I have to say, I am very surprised, but in a good way.
I really didn't expect it at all. Like I sort of was talking that it's an option and all that, but I really didn't think that would happen somehow. Very surprised. But well, in fact, no reason to be too surprised. But somehow I really expected knight c5. I don't know why. Interesting. Now Jan, I think he'll take with the pawn. That's the cultured response.
Wow. Richard Report is really leaving his mark on this match. I think that much is clear from this move alone and from the fourth move.
Yeah, I think it's the English language that it forces Ding to step out of his comfort zone and make all these crazy Rapport style moves.
Wow. And now a choice for Jan Nepomniachtchi. I think queen takes f6 is what most newer players would be tempted to play. Just to recap your very important one, g takes f6 creates a very compact pawn structure that's hard to break down, and most importantly, opens the g file. What else is aiming down the g file? Well, the rook, once it lands on j8, and the bishop is staring down the barrel of the knight. The queen can move up to d5. So you can't play around if you're white, because these threats against white's king can come really, really quickly. And we also find queen takes f6 to be awkward because of e4. White gets the pieces out really quickly with tempo.
Absolutely. And after queen f6, e4, you're really concerned with black because you have to spend one more tempo safeguarding the queen. At the same time, you need to then develop the bishop still and castle short. That will take you a long time. And then even after you do all of that, white has some attacking prospects on the king side. So I think GF is going to happen. And for a player like Jan, who is very cultured and has a good memory and follows chess for the last few years closely, he would have perhaps some good associations, because in this pawn structure after g takes f6, it has happened in that famous match between Kramnik and Anand, and Vichy won 2 games in this Meran variation, which led to this pawn structure. And basically these 2 games have determined the outcome of the match. I don't recall. I'm very bad with this game numbers and years and all that. But I think we speak in 2008, and I think we speak games number 3 and 5. I suspect, something of that nature. And after these 2 wins with Black, the match was essentially over, and Kramnik never came back, and Vichy became a world champion, or rather, he became world champion, or I think he became a world champion because Kramnik was a defending champion at the time. And indeed, Jan takes with the G pawn. I know my man Jan, and he played the cultured move there.
And G takes f6 on the board. Could I inconvenience you, Anish, just for newer players to show how this pawn structure is reached via approximately the Moran? And the Moran is it refers to a variation and a type of structure that arises out of the Slav. So this is the semi-Slav, e3 knight bd7, and now Black takes on c4, pushes b5. You can see the similarities between this structure as Anish is making the moves and the game that we have. And there we go. e5, White Desperado sacks on b5, and after G takes f6, you get that exact structure. So that's a great comparison. Wild position, isn't it? Just wild position.
Yeah, I think it was this, and I think one game. First, he played bishop d6. Then the king came to e7, rook to g8. Knight comes here, and these bishops are monstrous. And it was beautiful. And then the next game, he deviated with rook to g8. And I might have the details slightly wrong, but the essence is this. And again, basically he surprised Kramnik once, and then he ended up going for the same crazy risky variation, and having that twist here on move 14, he surprised him again with another move. Again, don't quote me on the details. I mean, maybe queen was on b6 already, and bishop takes b5 happened. Maybe this was already included. I don't remember the details here. I think that maybe that was the case. But either way, the point was that he's got the similar pawn structure. At least these 3 pawns are the same. Had this bishop, he had this rook, and this is definitely a sort of a not a deja vu, because it is not the game of Jan, but it's certainly a memory and something that gives Jan some comfort. He's now playing for the title, and he's got this Vichy pawn structure, and Vichy Anand probably also quite thrilled to be watching this game, feeling himself with all the good memories of the past.
As we all are. I think we're in for a fascinating middle game. We've talked a lot about the virtues of G takes f6 from Black's side. Of course, it's Ding's move. I'll tell you what my sort of raw instinct is, and that is to play e4, because the main strategic deficiency in White's position, there's a tactical issue, which is that there's a G file, and you have to make sure that the G2 pawn is being properly babysat by your other pieces. But there's the dark squared bishop that you'd like to bring out. So e4, it came to mind in response to queen takes f6. I think it's still a legitimate move. And I should still point out that c takes d4 can always be met with knight takes d4. We showed an instantiation of that trick earlier. You can't grab that knight because of the discover check with bishop b5. So this position gets even wilder. One more detail, Anish, and then I'll let you take it from there. If instead of queen takes d4, Black plays bishop c5, I think there's a very cute trick where White plays knight takes c6.
Oh yeah, it works. I think it works.
It does, I think, yeah. Even if it wasn't a check on c5, it would still target the knight. Yeah. You pick up the bishop and you're winning.
There would be some knight b3. Yeah. No, the king has no good square. Nice one.
So, thoughts on e4 as a possible continuation for Ding?
Yeah, I agree with you. It is also my instinct to go e4. It's a move that, like, before I even I'm not sure it's a good move, but it's just a move that comes to mind, and I think these are sort of our healthy instincts. Both of us being grandmasters for such a long time and seeing this type of positions, we know that development is very important, and also e4 closes the diagonal, which is very important. And Ding has got the same instincts. He also goes for e4.
Wow.
One thing I should add, by the way, and that is, I am not sure that in this position the move h3 is useful. Believe it or not. I'm not quite sure about that, because Black has pressure along the g file, and one way to deal with that is to reposition the bishop on g3. And now if the pawn was on h2, the bishop would be very stable on g3. But now with the pawn on h3, I mean, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but let's just say that here I can bet my whatever I can bet on the fact that h3 is useful. I'm sure if you put this position into the engine, put the pawn on h2, it will say, I don't know, 0-10, put the pawn on h3, it will say 0-30. So it's better. Here, I could imagine the evaluation being similar. Could even be worse, but I could imagine it being very similar with white. Perhaps being as happy with the pawn on h2 as with the pawn on h3, or even more so. So that is one reason why I'm not real with knight f6, because I'm not sure this tempo is now so helpful.
Now, we mentioned that e4 is our instinctual move. It's not the eval bar's instinctual move. And it occurred to me that c4 is a very serious alternative, which pushes the bishop, if you wish, to b1. So bishop c2 could be met with a pawn to b3, which is highly committal. But that position has to be properly assessed. I mean, the bishop on b1 imprisons the rook on a1. Your pieces are all pushed back to the first rank. This is one of those positions where if somebody told me, Anish, that this was plus 1.5 for white, I would believe them. Somebody told me it was plus 1.5 for black, I would also probably believe them. The truth is always somewhere in the middle. You know, Engine always seems to give zeros in these super chaotic positions. So who does this favor? Who does this kind of all-out chaos favor? I would imagine it's Jan, given what he just went through, which could have been a very unpleasant position.
Yeah, well, let's first talk about the position at hand here. It's so hard to assess. Now, with the move c4, what you have done in terms of the negative aspects of that, I mean, the positives are obviously you've gone a step further, you've created a dynamic pawn majority, but the downside is that you released the central tension. So now my center is extremely strong and robust. The advantage of b3 is that, okay, you push the pawn once again one step further, you shut my bishop down here. Now my rook is out of play because the bishop also is not leaving anytime soon. But here is a significant disadvantage of the move b3, the fact that the knight on a5 is now basically no longer has access to these two squares because they have basically been occupied by their own pawns. The knight on a5 is absolutely awful now. And if the knight is ever to return to c6, it will be targeted by d5. Also, the outpost on c3 is beautiful. I imagine my bishop being a very, very sweet piece there on c3. The c4 pawn is also very soft. I could see myself playing queen e2 at some point. And I have to say that this particular position, although I understand the risks white is facing is enormous because the rook is stuck here, I can also easily see myself liking white here. And if we have to play a bullet game, I will pick white. I respect your opinion more. If bullet game, which side do you choose here?
100% white. I think control of the center, it sounds like a very primitive point, but in bullet, control of the center is super important because tactics flow from, particularly bullet tactics flow from central control, and the less weaknesses you have, the better. So black's entire queen side could be very easily targeted. Bishop d2, queen e2, and then pushing d5 blasts open the center. Also, white's king is far from, just sitting on some beach somewhere. I mean, rook g8 causes problems, but black's king is kind of caught in the war zone in the center. d5 could blast open the center, and you're not exactly castling kingside. Maybe you could castle queenside for black, but clearly that doesn't solve all of the issues with king safety. So a great example of a position where, yeah, 0.7 for black. Congratulations, but try making a move here and keeping your quote-unquote advantage.
Yeah, so if we try to go a step deeper and try to sort of think along, because the bar is happy for black. Now, I was thinking that perhaps the setup that I like for black is maybe I like the bishop out on b4. Now, let's see if the bar is happy. Bishop b4. The bar is happy.
Reasonably happy.
Yeah, it's good. Good. Well, okay, no, not happy. Well, okay, anyway, what I wanted to say, I wanted to have my bishop here to neutralize bishop d2 idea. And I wanted my queen on b6. So let's say you go bishop d2. I will go queen b6. And then I wanted to castle long because I believe the king could be reasonably safe on c8. And then I can play rook g8, use the open g file, and potentially maybe f5 opening the bishop. And if everything works out, the fact that these two pieces are out of play could work out in black's favor. So if I have this position and you promise me that I can safely castle long, maybe now I change my mind and take black already. So it's all very hard and very, very imbalanced. And I think Ding... I am really quite, I feel bad for Ding. He had this great novelty of h3. He had this great idea. Okay, it's not a novelty, but it's a new idea. And I feel real pity that he hasn't worked it out a little bit deeper here, because it would have been so good for him had he been aware of all the complications here. He could have put so much more pressure. because now he's basically playing a 3 result game. The bar is not even on his side, and it's complete mayhem, and 3 results. Maybe he'll even lose, and okay, then he's created this upon himself.
Yeah, I mean, Jan has to be feeling, first of all, relieved that Ding has taken as long as he had, safe in the knowledge that now both players are using their own brains, and B, I just think happy to get the kind of combative position that suits his style. I think seeing knight takes f6 check, which we praised from the point of view of it being a very combative move, and we love combative chess, but knight takes c5 looked unpleasant. If Ding had blitzed that move out instantly, Nepo would not have been a happy customer. And c4, as we speak, has been played, of course. Nepo immediately gets up from the board. And bishop c2, Anish, is mandatory, or does bishop b1 make any sense at all? I don't think it does it?
Yeah, I don't like the fact that I allow knight b3. If not immediately, I just allow it now forever. I mean, I can play knight b3 right away, or I could make another move, keeping the threat of knight b3 in reserve. So I don't think you want that. And I think you cannot also ignore the threat, and you can also not go here because you lose the pawns. I think bishop c2 is automatic. And I should say, I want to have on record that I never liked knight takes f6 for no reason. Because you said that we liked it, for the combative reasons. No, I didn't like knight f6. I just want to be on record. I'm a part of this, okay. Tanya. It's yours. It's all on you. It's on you. So please take responsibility there. I'm not going to share that with you. I never liked knight f6.
All right. I respect that.
But okay, it's all good. I want to have my conscience clear there. But yeah, it's certainly an exciting game now, and it reminds me a little bit of game 2 of World Championship match between Jan and Magnus Carlsen, actually, where Magnus brought some incredible novelty to the table, if you remember. I think it was game 2 where this Catalan idea where he sacrificed the pawn, where that happened. And he wrecked, basically, he created chaos in that game. And everybody was so concerned for Jan. They're saying, oh, Jan is out of book. It's such a sharp position. Magnus is so well prepared. It's going to be a disaster. Oh, this Dubov is his second. Everything. And then Jan made a few faces, made a few moves, took over the initiative, and everybody was speaking very differently. And in the end, Magnus was fortunate to escape with a draw. So I see a similar scenario here. Jan being hit in the opening. By the way, in the game that I lost to him in the candidates, he was also hit in the opening. In the game that he beat Ding in the candidates, he was also surprised in the opening. But then he just, he seems to respond very well to surprise, go for the sharpest continuation, and he could easily take over initiative here and even go for glory.
And bishop c2 has been played by Ding, as expected. Wow, what a crazy combative position we have here. Imbalances on every side of the board and in the center. And now the next big question is whether Jan will expand on the queen side, push the bishop back to b1 with the move b3. I can't believe we're only 14 moves in. Anish, it feels like so much has happened. H3 has happened. And so many decisions have been made by both players. Jan decided what opening he wanted to play for the second time after h3. Then, Ding decided how he was going to arrange his pieces. Then again, another decision, knight takes f6 versus knight takes c5. And I feel like we're only just entering the stage of the game where the decisions are actually going to matter much more concretely, are going to impact the evaluation.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you get surprised on move 4. And when the game begins so early, and there are lots of decisions, and by move 14, we've already had a lot of turnarounds. Queen c7 played by Jan. This surprised me because I really liked the look of b3 bishop b4 and queen b6, but it's very stylistic and subjective. It was just my vision for this position. Move queen c7 gives more flexibility of these pawns, prepares long castle nonetheless, and occupies this diagonal. Very often in many different openings, it's quite vital to prevent this bishop f4 idea, because the one who controls this diagonal controls the world.
Yeah, the bishop just has a hard time finding a square on which it accomplishes something concrete. Which is not to say that Ding won't play bishop e3. If you can get bishop e3, rook c1 in, then you set yourself up for success. Potentially, if black castles queenside, there could be bishop d3 ideas using the pin against the queen. So maybe Jan is waiting for Ding to bring his bishop out, teases him a little bit. I'm almost letting you bring your rook out. No. Then I'm going to play b3 and push your bishop back to b1. Do you think that's a likely scenario?
Oh yeah, and I see what he has done. It's actually very smart. I mean, the bar doesn't approve of this, and first of all, I'm not sure about this particular bar because it's a very strong machine, but such complicated positions. You need sometimes massive hardware and maybe some other engine that is 100 points stronger and more CPUs running behind it. Maybe we'll say that some other move is better. But that aside, the logic of behind Queen C7 is actually very clever. Now, if White plays Bishop to D2. It looks a little bit strange here, doesn't it? But if White plays Bishop E3, which is natural, then we'll play B3. And let's show that on the analysis board. Bishop B1. And now, actually, White is regrets committing the bishop here, because now that C3 square has been weakened, you want that bishop on C3. At least that's what I would think. I really like this outpost for the bishop. And so Jan is quite cleverly waiting for White to decide, because if White starts with Bishop D2, then Jan might say, okay, but then I'm not going to push B3, then I'll just do something else. Maybe that is the logic behind being flexible there.
That's so clever. Waiting for White to put his cards on the table when it comes to choosing the development of the bishop, and he'll only play B3 if White misplaces his bishop. That is great subtle play. And obviously Queen C7 in and of itself is a useful move as well. I mean, you're preparing castles queenside, so this isn't just a pure waiting move. In fact, it's the complete opposite. But Ding with some serious problems to solve here. And obviously, we've discussed his frame of mind. A lot of chess reporters and commentators have discussed Ding's frame of mind going into the tournament. He has shown himself prone to getting nervous, to getting emotional. He had to change hotels. So there's a lot of buzz around that. And as we wait for Ding Liren to decide on the development of the bishop, our very own Tanya caught up with Ding during the Chess Champions Tour about how much this championship would mean to him and how he feels. Let's listen in to Ding Liren's thoughts.
I hope I can show best of myself during the tournament. But now I cannot imagine what happens if I become the world champion. I only imagine if I win the world champion, that my picture will be hung on many chess clubs. And it will be a big pressure for me.
Tell me how you watched that interview and don't have a smile on your face. I don't think that's physically possible. Ding Liren is awesome. He's a crowd favorite. And, the pressures that the players are under in the World Championship is absolutely unimaginable, Anish. And, Ding, I think he switched hotels just because the atmosphere, I'm not sure exactly why, but I think the atmosphere with all the reporters and all the players was too stressful. I don't know the exact details, but, the players got to do whatever they got to do to put themselves in a frame of mind where they can play, the chess that they're known for.
Yeah, it can be many reasons, actually. If people have changed hotels in the past. One time, Grishuk changed the hotel because he said the window does not open, and he wants the window open. I once experienced, sometimes hotel is very good, and that can sometimes backfire. I once experienced it at a tournament. I'm not going to mention where exactly, not to criticize anyone or anything, but it was a luxury hotel, maybe one of the most expensive hotels I stayed in. But the moment I entered the lobby, all these people that are standing there, like, they had a lot of personnel. They all were like, hello, how are you doing? And I found it slightly discomforting. Like, I just, like, I was of course young at the time. I was like a teenager, and I was used to just, I don't know, being on my own, just like not having people watch me. And I felt like everybody's asking, like, I don't know. I felt so much attention. Okay, and at the time, of course, I didn't change the hotel, but I felt like this luxury of this service, and these people asking you, how you doing, sir? And also, I'm not a sir. I'm like 16. I'm, I felt pressured there. And, sometimes hotel can be good, and I trust the hotel is great there, in fact. And, but sometimes this could backfire, and maybe indeed seeing all these people that are constantly at the breakfast and at lunch and feeling the extra tension. Sometimes you want more privacy, you want more freedom, and I believe this is probably the reason why he moved. And there could also be some reasons of I heard stories in other championship of other participants where they suspect, they don't feel comfortable, don't suspect, but they don't feel comfortable being in a same hotel, because they think that people can overhear their conversation. And now that Ding speaks English, maybe with his second, maybe he doesn't want to feel comfortable when they talk about, the h3. He'll mention the move h3, and maybe someone by accident walks by. The second of Nepo was going, to the room of Jan with the laptop, suddenly overhears somebody saying h3, and like even accidentally, these kind of things can happen. So that could also be a reason, sort of a security, not the security as in, but sort of a privacy, cybersecurity kind of reasons as well. So I think there's lots of reasons to change a hotel, in fact, and I don't think that's strange at all. Maybe more common is that you would decide to be in a different hotel already before, so you would inspect the venue and you would already make up your mind. But maybe he thought everything's going to be fine, and now that he's ended up there and he saw how it is, he thought that, okay, now he realized that, well, there are some potential issues, so decided to move out. I don't think anything too strange about it. Definitely a story there for us.
Reminds me of the Queen's Gambit scene where Beth Harmon overhears the adjournment analysis session in progress in Borgov's room. So definitely, this sounds like something out of a fictional tale, but no, I mean, the players' preparation is what they hang their hats on. It's absolutely critical. And Bishop D2, in the meantime, has been played. There was an option of delaying the development of the bishop entirely and trying to essentially find instead some sort of useful move and starting to play this, back and forth waiting game. You play b3. No, you develop your bishop. No, you play b3 so that I can play bishop d2 in one fell swoop. Queen e1 apparently was the move recommended by Cess, the incredibly strong engine, kind of training the queen's eyes at the knight on a5 and discouraging black from playing b3. But instead, that ship has sailed, and Ding has chosen to discourage b3 more directly by developing the bishop to d2. So Anish, castle's queenside here would be consistent with Nepo's approach, would justify still keeping the pawn on b4. What else comes to mind? What do you think we're going to see here? And what do you make of bishop d2?
Yeah, I think bishop d2 is most logical. I wanted to, when we were discussing about this and I was bringing all these points that maybe black is waiting, I wanted to say that after bishop d2, black might still very, very likely play b3, but he just kept the flexibility there. So I'm not sure b3 is not the best move here. I want to say just one thing, that the reason the bar is slightly below here and giving black small advantage, the reason is not the move knight f6, because knight f6 the bar was not so negative about, but after g takes f6, because I checked during the break with the computer. So here, actually, the computer, despite both of us suggesting e4 and also Ding's instinct being e4, the engine prefers d takes c5 here, disrupting this pawn chain and preventing c4. And this position would be assessed as roughly equal, even the tiniest of edges for white. But it's after e4 that the bar has gone negative, and the engine, even my engine that I've turned on, gives black an advantage here, and suggested actually b3 followed by queen b6 and bishop b4 as the first line intending long castle, as I mentioned.
Wow. But, I know someone who suggested that.
Yeah, but I think I suggested bishop b4 first. I think for some reason, I don't know what reason, the engine prefers queen b6 first. That's maybe a bit more smart, more flexible, keeping the bishop here, only going to b4 in case of bishop d2, and otherwise preparing long castle. So the engines are, of course, we often have good ideas as humans because we know these patterns. We have good strategies, long-term ideas, but the computers, they also see the short-term tactics, and they see the position a bit wider. So the execution is often better. And that's the case here. But Jan's queen c7 is, of course, also all right, as we see nothing wrong with that. And now to bishop d2. I think a critical moment, a big question about b3 or not, because as you mentioned, and I think it's a very relevant point after long castle, rook to c1. That is a relief for white in a sense, because after b3, bishop b1, now the rook actually plays a role here on the c file, and the fact that the bishop is on b1 is not a problem at all, as long as the rook is not trapped in the corner there. So, well, we see the bar just saying that this is plus.
Well, queen e1. I think queen e1 is unstoppable, and the knight has to move back, and just everything collapses on the queen side.
Yeah, but it was caused by the move b3. Yeah? Otherwise, long castle by itself is nothing really wrong with that.
Yeah, maybe rook g8.
Yes. It's hard to say. Maybe b3 is not an idea at all for Jan. Maybe he indeed just goes long castle and rook g8. But if he wants to go b3, he should do it now. Let's be clear. Yeah.
But then that would beg the question, why the whole cat and mouse game with queen c7 first? Because the concept as we understood it initially was to wait for bishop e3 and only play b3 in response to the bishop coming to e3. I think he's going to keep flexibility here with castle. But you think this deserves consideration?
No, it's actually horrible. It's 1 point. It's just lost for that. And the reason is that this bishop before queen b6 was absolutely essential, it seems. Because when you don't control these squares, as you correctly pointed out, due to ideas like queen e1, the knight will have to retreat. The problem is that once the knight retreats, the c-pawn actually collapses. Because not only does the knight no longer support it, but it's also in the way of the queen. So in order for this construction, knight a5, pawns b3, c4 to work, which is a pretty construction, you need the queen on b6 and the bishop on b4 just to secure this knight. So Jan has basically given up on this construction a move earlier, and after queen c7, bishop d2, b3 is not even an option at all, in fact. I didn't realize it's that bad. I mean, I can imagine it's a mistake, but it's like it's losing. So yeah, Jan should focus on something else. I have to say, okay, queen c7, of course, made sense. But after long castle, if I go queen e1, you will still need to defend this pawn. Probably still need to move the queen over to b6, don't you?
Yeah, you have to defend the pawn.
Yeah, maybe Jan argues that, well, bishop d2, queen e1 are not such useful moves. I can waste the tempo here. And indeed he can. But that maybe that sort of somewhat implies that queen c7 was an inaccuracy. But I'm not sure. Maybe after queen b6, he didn't like bishop e3, yeah? So at the end of the day, it's not so clear. Yeah. He could basically argue that queen c7, queen b6 loses time, but so does bishop d2 and queen e1. So maybe nothing wrong with that. Now let's see what he plays. He already made the move. Okay, start with rook g8, keeping the option of long castle in reserve.
Keeping the option of long castle. Both players are going to develop their respective attacks. White likely will play rook c1 here. There's an hour and change on the clocks of both players. Only 15 moves have been played. Time control is only reached on move 40. So we are in for a fascinating, a wild ride in this middle game, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch the second round, the second match game of the 2023 FIDE World Championship between Ding and Jan Nepomniachtchi. We are going to take our second break of the day as the game enters its second hour. We will resume very soon, and we will be back with fascinating middle game action from the second match game in just a couple of short minutes.
Are you ready to hear the challenge?
I'm super ready. All right, I'm just visualizing the board, and let's go.
Okay, she's following the rules. She's got the pieces in the middle of the squares.
I'm following the rules, Mike.
Yep. Now, I don't know what the official rules are on weighted pieces, but being a WF fan...
Why are there two queens, Mike?
Well, that was a little trick, and that probably cost her a good half second. But that's going to help the viewer beat you.
That is true.
Okay, now all of these pieces are good.
Oh, my scarf!
Your scarf is not helping. Neither, by the way, another queen. Also not helping is the 40-degree temperature, and for all you Europeans, that's like 5. Okay. All right, you might need to fix the pawn on e2 and f7, but I know you're getting there.
The queen!
Okay, so we'll take the queens out for the next attempt. Something I had not thought. Fix f7, fix f7. Bang!
Yes!
54.5 seconds.
It was the queen!
Awesome, but awesome job.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Log In. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Championship. World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together the International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists, because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. Head to go.chess.com/IQC or use !IQC in chat. Not IQP, that's isolated queen pawn, but no. International Quant Championship. Keep it in mind. !IQC in chat. Okay, we are watching Game 2 of the World Championship between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. 16 moves into the game. Commentating alongside the one and only Grandmaster Anish Giri. We hope you're enjoying the show, and the best is yet to come. Rook to C1 was White's choice, and Anish very clearly, both players building up their respective advantages on either side of the board, and Jan wasting not a second, castles queenside.
Yeah, no, the gloves are off, and I like your new twist to the ad reading where you added the IQP that caught me by surprise. I thought more of the not XQC there, but okay, you had your own vision on that one. Maybe for the next time. But yeah, this, the game is very interesting. Now, I want to mention one thing because I got sent to me on my phone by a friend of mine, and to my attention was brought an interesting game that Ding played against Levon Aronian. And if we have the time to briefly show it, it was played in Speed Chess Championship in 2021, and it is so similar to this game that I think it's very worth taking a quick look. It happened in the Queen's Gambit Accepted. Ding playing the white pieces. We got this, analysis board right here. We got this big tabby of the Queen's Gambit, which we had here as well in the game. And okay, of course, in the game, the pawn was on h3. In this game, Ding played rook e1, which is another waiting move. And after knight c6, knight c3, b5, we got the same, exactly the same sequence of moves. And here also a4, b4, knight e4 was played. Here, Levon also played knight a5. Here, believe it or not, Ding, that was Ding who was still thinking in Chinese, and before he was speaking with Richard Rapport, and before Richard was his second, he took on c5 with a knight, and after bishop c5, dc5, knight d7, he played this clever move c6, because the pawn is anyway doomed. The c6 sort of disrupts the coordination between these two pieces, making one of them go to a slightly less favorable position, and now after knight c6, b3, Ding developed the bishop on a2. After queen f6, he had this nice move rook a2. And eventually Ding won this game. It was a blitz game, obviously. So that's quite interesting. The fact that Ding already had this 2 years ago, a very similar position. And there he took a completely different decision. And now, for absolutely unclear reasons, he went for this very sharp, very double-edged knight takes f6. No idea why. And now we are in this very complicated position. Quite fascinating, where both players are out of book and anything can happen. Really a treat to chess fans.
Yeah, it is indeed, and that's such a important, pertinent piece of information. Now, it could be the case that Ding, might not have forgotten that he played this blitz game, but might have forgotten the details. And we often assume that grandmasters remember every single game they've played and every opening that the game featured, but that's not always the case. There's a pretty famous incident involving Peruvian grandmaster, former Peruvian #1 Julio Granda Zuniga, credible player. Granda in the early 90s played a Rui Lopez game with the black pieces. He blundered a center pawn to this obscure tactic, and he resigned the game in 19 moves. Then, fast forward 20 years, around 2016, he was facing Hu Yifan in a tournament in Spain, and he played the exact same line and fell into the exact same trap and resigned on the exact same moves out of disgust. I mean, he just couldn't continue. So it's not unprecedented that even a very strong player simply forgets that they had trodden down a particular path before. But Anish, yeah, very, very interesting because knight takes c5 is so consistent with his style. You get the static advantage of the bishop pair. You get a clearly defined structure. This is anti-Ding chess. Not suggesting he can't handle this position competently. He's 2,800 for goodness sake. But Jan's body language, it has changed, I think, for toward a more positive direction.
Yeah, I think the biggest change for Jan and the biggest positive is not necessarily a change on the board, but the fact that Ding was out of book this early as well. That's really comforting for him. And I want to mention that the people watching our broadcast should definitely keep an eye on the chat, because I see some hilarious comments popping down there underneath. The chat is always very active and definitely making me smile with their sarcastic comments. Perhaps my last breakdown was a little too quick, and I'll try to slow down a little bit for the next time.
Well, there always will be a next time because there's a lot of meat left on the bone. Okay, so queenside castle is the last move for Nepo. The way that I see it in my primitive understanding, white has the C file, black has the G file. Both sides need to operate on their respective sides. We also should not forget that attacking is a balancing act between making straightforward attacking moves like f5 in this case, but there's throwing in one or two well-timed defensive moves, maybe a king b8 or even a developing move could really halting the progress of your opponent's attack is equally important to building up your own. That's what makes these kinds of positions so difficult to play. But to make this more concrete, how is white going to build up the pressure on the c file? Is bishop d3 deserving of consideration? And what is going to be Nepo's response?
Yeah, and indeed, I just wanted to confirm this white's to move, because the picture we see there with Jan at the board and Ding not at the board slightly confused me, but it's indeed still white to play. And I have to say, my general thought when I see a position like that, where both sides castled, generally long castle is a more dangerous move than short castle. And the reason for that is simple. I believe that is actually true and universal. And that's because the king is safer on g1, well, or mirror would be on b8, than it is on c8, or what it would be on f1 here. So long castle is fundamentally a more dangerous move, because you need one more move to bring the king to that safer square, which is the knight square, the bishop square. And the rook often also is a better defender, closer to the king on c8. Mm-hmm. In general, I like speaking sort of philosophically, it's just philosophically, the long castle is a more dangerous place for the king. That said, in this particular case, the g file is already, well, it's already open for the rook. You don't need to work on opening it any further. All you need to do is at some point throw in at the right moment, throw in a move f5, opening the bishop as well, and then find a way to pressure the king, and perhaps maybe getting the bishop out and simply doubling on the g file is another way of doing it. It's a little bit more straightforward. It's much more intuitive how black would play. White's plan much harder, because of course, if you were to somehow break the c4 pawn, if you were just to crack that the defensive fortress that black has here with the knight on a5, pawn on c4, and queen on c7. If you were to crack that weak point in black's position, or rather a strong point, then the king side, the queen side, or black's king will sort of collapse. But the question is, how do you do it? On bishop d3, I like the idea behind it. You apply the pressure here, but do you really have a threat? Of course, I'll go king b8, moving out of the C file and completing that castle properly, because as I said, the king belongs here or even more in the corner. And now how to apply the pressure? Knight d2 not possible. b3 I will always meet with c3, and the pawn will then become a rock here on the this would just be just a rock. You can't touch it.
Queen e2 also fails. We should point this out because
That's
it
important.
makes sense conceptually, but c attacks the queen. So
and it's not check anymore.
Exactly, because the king has moved to b8. Again, the impact of a well-timed prophylactic defensive move when you are attacking is so vast. I agree, and I don't see a good move here for white. Yeah, bishop c4 and b3 was on my radar. I thought about knight b2 at the very least, at a minimum, and white loses in exchange there.
Yes, I think, again, it's important that we have stepped out of the way. So bishop d3, it's sort of a good first step, but it only makes sense if you have a follow-up. And if you don't, yeah, I'm a little bit confused here as white to how do I apply the pressure? Like, let's say, give me a few moves. Yeah, like if you give black a few moves, I know what I'm doing. I'm bringing the king here. I'm throwing the bishop out. I'm doubling on the g file. I'm going f5. I'll find a way. It's very obvious. Or maybe bishop d6, bishop f4. It's self-explanatory, basically. I'll find a way. As white, what exactly do I do? This bishop cannot be repositioned. This bishop has chosen to be on d2 already. This knight cannot be rerouted because the d2 square is occupied and e1 makes no sense, and going there makes no sense. My queen, okay, the only move that really makes sense is queen e1. Yeah, but then I go queen b6. Of course, queen e1 is the move that makes sense, probably the best move. I go queen b6.
And what if bishop d3 now?
Like that. Maybe that is the way forward. In fact, maybe queen b6 is already in inaccuracy. But how are you, by the way, defending this pawn?
Yeah, that's a big question. Maybe you're not defending the pawn at all. I mean, f5 has to be considered, and that leads to total pandemonium. I actually, because there's e3 at the end. Like if bishop takes
that's
b4.
The one. Oh yeah, of course. Because this is not the end of the world. The c file is still blocked, by the way. The king is still pretty safe.
It's the end of the world for white after f takes c4 and e3, I think.
Yeah, because we got to the king.
And d4 hangs also. So white's center collapses here as well. So in response to f5, I think white has to keep the tension. But that's the good thing about the queen's placement on e1. It also reinforces the e4 pawn, which allows you to make a slower move. I don't know what move, maybe.
But now what? Yeah, now
crazy, like d5 maybe.
Yeah, now, d5 is also my instinct, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just collect.
Yep. And then I'll check you on f5.
Yeah, let's see how do I collect, because if I collect with ed, then you will maybe collect the b4 pawn, but I think it's not so important, probably.
Bishop takes b4.
Bishop takes
I mean,
b4,
even this looks very, very comfortable for black. d4, maybe even just completely winning.
I mean,
totally winning.
Horrendous. Yeah, you've achieved nothing here with the. Okay, I should probably stop. You've achieved nothing here because you won this b4 pawn, but still you didn't get that close to my king, whereas black is already coming here with all sorts of threats. So black seems to be edging ahead here after queen e1, f5. It's a good point. f5 is actually the idea, because queen b6 would be too slow. But what else can white play? White can actually anticipate f5, because maybe f5 is the main move that is dangerous, because the other stuff is maybe quite slow. So you could maybe place the queen on e2 instead, and then bring the rook to d1, or not, or just place the queen here, because queen on e2, it also stays in touch with the knight. We forget the b4 pawn, but a little bit more defense here, and some potential attack on the c4 pawn in some variations. So maybe queen e2 is also a move to consider.
And it's not so easy, once white puts the queen on e2, to actually topple the e4 pawn, because the last thing you want to do is give away your light squared bishop in the process. Without the services of that bishop, the pressure on g2 stops being all that scary. And in the long run, black's not going to be able to keep the integrity of his queenside pawn structure forever, right? I mean, he has a couple tempi, but he has to roll up his sleeves and get down to business, or eventually white will coordinate. I also would like to point out, I pointed this out around the same time in the last game. Again, the time situation, time control is vast, 2 hours for 40 moves. Well, 47 minutes now on the clock for Ding, and the position is not getting any less complex. I would hazard a guess, Anish, that the next 5 moves are going to be wildly complex. Perhaps some of the most committal and important decisions that the players have made all game, and they've already made a lot of important decisions.
You know, Danny, I'll be frank with you. I didn't actually understand the position at all of what's going on here. And I was sort of trying, but I really didn't. And
I did?
No, but you helped me out there. And now, basically, I understood that basically now I think the Ding will get crushed. There's my prediction. I'll just spare I'll spare no harsh words, or I'll be rough there. I think Black will just break through here, because I think the position is really, really bad for White. Because the only move that makes sense to me is Queen E1, and then F5 is very strong, as you pointed out, and I just don't see a good response. I mean, and I also don't think that this suits Ding very much. It reminds me a little bit of the game at the candidates. So I'm thinking Jan is in a very good position here. I don't even know why the bar is this not this balanced. In fact, it looks quite bad to me for Black. I don't see the move. D5 and Bishop D4 come to mind. They're bad. Are you going to go King H1, Rook G1, or what?
I was actually pretty partial to your idea of Queen E2 and Rook FD1, because I've been staring at that position, and I don't mean to, force us away from this line, but just if you can hear me really quickly, let's say at Rook F or F5, Rook FD1, how does Black actually get things moving in the center? Because White wants to maybe move the bishop away from C2, etc. What would you propose here?
Well, first of all, F5, I'm not sure you couldn't just take the pawn. Now you protected the knight.
That's a good point.
F5 is maybe, I guess here the move is King B8, probably the universal move to move the king out. And now we go to D1, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
this defensive setup.
Okay, so no, I think I still don't understand the position. That is what's happening here. Because now that you made these 2 moves, I'm not sure. Maybe I just developed the bishop with Bishop D6. What is your next move? You wanted Bishop E1 or B1 or?
Yeah, maybe Bishop B1, Bishop A2.
Because this move Bishop E1, by the way, it's a horrendous move. Yeah, the bishop is never good on E1. It's doing nothing. Bishop B1, Bishop A2. Yeah, that's possible. Although, yeah, you give me the square, but I cannot use it because the C4 pawn is hanging.
I could double on the G file. That's another, stock idea that could be applied.
Yeah, we could try it
at any moment.
Shall we try that? Rook G7.
Okay, Valbar didn't hate it.
Didn't hate it. Didn't love it at all. By the way, but okay.
Yeah.
Bishop D3 played. Okay, that's a big move. Your Bishop D3.
Okay, we go back to the live board. Ding has just carried out Bishop to D3. Of course, the bishop cannot be captured because the queen is X-rayed by the rook. And this is the move that we started with, right? This is the straightforward move. We thought, though, that after King B8, Anish, we thought that White didn't have a move after King B8.
I think I know what he wants. And actually, I already thought about it that time, and then I forgot. I think he's thinking about taking, followed by B3. You said knight B2, right?
Yeah, knight B2 at a minimum.
I'm thinking Queen E2 is the idea.
And pick up the knight with Bishop F4 check.
Yes, but you probably bring the queen to D6. And then when I was planning Bishop E3, but now I realize the E4 pawn is hanging, and I realize I don't have a good square for the bishop because Bishop E1, as I mentioned, is a very sad square, and there's Queen F4. Rook C2.
And if Rook C2, then do you want F5? Just basically say, I'm giving you the knight, but look at what I'm getting in the center and on the king side. I'm getting like the ideal setup. F5, bishop takes E4, queen D5. Ooh.
Yeah, also this bishop is unopposed. There is no more light squared bishop that could potentially head over to E4 to neutralize it. And this is very, very nasty. Now this bishop is raging and the rook is raging. And no, I think I'm going to stand by my prediction that Ding is getting crushed here. The way I see the outline of this game, I'm having bad vibes. I've played both of these players, and I think Jan is loving it right now, and I think Ding is drifting. Inexplicable, honestly, this knight f6 gf to take such major risks when he knows knight c5 is a safe pattern he's played before. It's really But maybe there is some resource here because the bar is not too. Okay, it's actually pretty bad. It's -1. Yeah, the bar is actually not happy at all. F5's coming
Yeah,
next.
and very often when the bar is at, bishop d3 was a mistake, and it's hard to make a kind of quote unquote apology move. The coach that I mentioned, Gregory Kaidanov, he would call this saying sorry, basically doubling back and just playing a neutral move. Clearly, Ding has a tactical idea that he will be very likely to carry out, and Nepo, I mean, he just senses it, right? He senses that Ding is losing the flow of the game. Without hesitation, king b8 is on the board. Prophylaxis to take the sting out of bishop takes c4.
And you are right. You made a good point. So the bar is saying -1.5, but actually, with all kinds of slow moves, Ding has a tactical idea that just doesn't work. Oh, bishop to f1. Oh, that is his idea. Okay, I see. Oh, it's a defensive idea to reinforce the g2 pawn. Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
Rook to e1 has been instantly played by Ding.
Yeah, we thought it was an aggressive idea to capture on c4, but the idea is just he just wants a defensive setup. Actually, the setup kind of makes sense optically because you defend g2 pawn, e4 pawn is defended by the rook, and you target the c4 pawn with the bishop. So it is a very nice looking idea, but there is a tactical flaw with it. And I suspect the tactical, because of the bar, bar is saying it's over. So I suspect the tactical flaw is f5, ef5, and maybe it's rook d4 or something like that. That is just yeah, I guess that's.
Oh my god!
Yeah, look at the bar. Look at the bar. The bar stayed there. The bar is like.
There's a double rook stack, Anish. I think knight d4, rook g2, and rook f2, queen h2, and bishop h6. I think we got to show that mate.
Yeah, I obviously didn't even see that, but I can trust you on finding a nice puzzle rush mate in a split of a second. That is a beautiful checkmate. That's a teamwork. I'm giving a rook, and you are showing people why I did that.
You're making the substantive moves, and I'm finding the low hanging.
Oh, okay, please,
forcing
please.
lines.
No, please. Okay,
and if
no, it's just
rook d4 crushes.
And I find it instantly the whole thing because I see the bar, so I know also that if the eval is that bad and position doesn't look that bad, there is something here. And Nepo, he doesn't have the bar, but he is extremely confident. And what Nepo misses usually is resources for the opponent. He doesn't usually miss resources for himself. And I really expect this f5 rook d4 to be found, and this is going to be one of these beautiful World Championship games. It's going to be remembered. Very similar to that Anand Kramnik Anand match, actually.
Yeah, that was a great comparison. I mean, it helps us put this structure in proper context. But what I think makes f5 more findable is also the fact that that when white plays bishop f1, it's going to be much harder to attack g2. So that there's a ticking clock here, and you have exactly one tempo, while g2 is still very tender. And how possibly are you going to spend this tempo? What is a more natural way than to open up the light squared bishop? So the context around the move f5, the fact that if you waste a move, f5 is going to come with a lot less effect. I think all of this is going to help Mr. Nepomniachtchi slam down a movement of the pawn. Let's see if he does it immediately. No, he's going to take a little time. He's munching on something.
Yeah, he can't afford to take the time. He's got 57 minutes, and that is 15 minutes more than Ding. So, 13 minutes more than Ding. That means that he can think for 13 minutes for free, not feeling that any pressure at all. And after that, he can continue thinking for longer. But knowing Jan, he is very confident. He probably already sees f5. He will take his time. I don't think he will blitz out f5. That would be old Jan, the Jan, or rather young Jan. The Jan that was blitzing out everything and being impulsive.
Well, that's the Jan we have here.
Okay.
It's a confident Jan, though, right? It's
amazing.
Confident Jan.
Look at it. It's unbelievable, by the way. I mean, it is unbelievable. He's got 56 minutes. There's absolutely no need to play it this fast. But yeah, it's impressive. And this is Jan at his best. It's always unnecessary, but it's always very impressive how he's crushing once he smells blood.
Incredible. And we sensed this a little bit yesterday when we thought the game was moving in his direction. Obviously, later on, he let Ding back in the game, but you just feel the tension changing, the air currents shifting as Jan plays f5, and Ding is now in mortal danger. Is it an exaggeration to say that white is objectively lost here?
No, by no means. I mean, besides the bar indicating that black is lost, also we can see it on the board. We can sort of see the justification of it on the board. We can just see that. We can see why. You don't need to tell us why white is lost. I mean, there is this rook, there is this bishop, and there is this point collapsing. That is like the stronghold that white has, preventing this beautiful geometry from working together. And that stronghold is collapsing. So you have like a weak point in your defense. You have one defender, and that defender's been taken out. So no, he's getting destroyed here. He's getting absolutely destroyed. And Ding is not himself at all, and he confessed yesterday in the press conference as well. It seems that it's true. He's struggling with the tension of the match, and this decision followed by poor play, but especially this decision, it is just weird. It's just not him, and I don't know, what happened. He has the spirit, he's got the desire, but something is off. And is by move 18 with the white pieces, he's lost. And after he got out of book, he lost the position basically in 7 moves. And okay, now only miracle can help him. Maybe he'll find the resource that will make Jan's life complicated and things will spiral out of control. But basically, I think Jan will just bring this one home. And the fact that he played a 5 so quickly suggests that he, takes no prisoners today.
And Ding, he lost a quick game in the candidates or a job of, but the arc of that game was different here. He put together some amazing opening preparation. He steered the game exactly in the direction that he wanted. He got exactly what he wanted. He got Jan into a less familiar position, and boom, knight takes f6. Now it's unrecognizable when you compare this position to the one that we had after move 8. Well, Ding is presumably going to take quite a long thing here as he tries to figure out a way to pose any sort of problems to Jan Nepomniachtchi. And as he figures out that rook takes d4 is the response to e takes f5, crisis time for Ding Liren here in his first white game at the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Folks, we'll take another very short break. We'll be bringing you all of the action as this game spirals out of control for Ding Liren. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. And in just a couple of minutes, we are going to be back with more from Ding Liren against Jan Nepomniachtchi from the World Championship.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
A shocking turnaround in Game 2 of the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Ding Liren, with some amazing preparation for H3, steering the game in his direction, and then bang, just like that, an ill-timed decision to take on F6, enabling Jan to develop furious kingside play. And that furious kingside play has now been transformed into a decisive attack on all sides of the board. With his last move, F5, Jan opens up the long diagonal for his bishop and puts into motion an attack that can hardly be stopped by White's poorly coordinated pieces. G2 is weak, E4 is weak, D4, everything's hanging. Ding Liren stands objectively lost. Grandmaster Anish Giri, he has just come back to the board, so we've returned at a good time. Can he make this? Can he make it to move 30?
Yeah, it depends on him, but also on Jan. If Jan will convert this well, it could end very quickly because the position is kind of collapsing, and Ding has to admit that his whole setup hasn't worked out. I saw the best move according to the engine, which is also lost. The best move is to go bishop to c2. That's a complete admission of failure. It means that in a sharp position, you wasted 2 tempi with bishop d3 and bishop c2 back, and you allowed black his dream, which is long castle king d8, rook g8, and f5. And so bishop c2 is you probably don't even make that move, and let alone alternatives. Alternatives are even worse. So objectively, I don't know what move to make. I mean, he missed this. I don't see a move. You tell me. Do you see a move?
I do not. No, bishop c2.
Literally don't see a move. Like maybe king h1. Maybe king h1. Yeah, probably king h1. You'll play king h1 maybe.
To just keep the status quo. I mean, at all costs, you have to keep e4 protected. I mean, if you lose e4, the whole position collapses on the spot. So king h1, what is going to be black's next move? How is black going to apply pressure on white's center here?
Yeah, what is black's... well, first of all, black can also make a useful waiting move. Yeah, that is not out of the question. The question is there a blow here? Do you see a blow, or do we need to make a move like... Should sound a bit soft. I don't see a tactical blow because rook d4 no longer works because there is no pin here on the knight. Taking on e4, I think that would be a positional mistake. That is what you don't want to do. Then white gets to neutralize this. The bar doesn't. Yeah, the bar agrees. Yeah, you should know if e4 is a mistake.
I had an idea of moving the queen. I had the idea of moving the queen, but I don't know where.
Yeah. Maybe we don't need to. Maybe we can prepare moving. Like maybe you can play king to a8 to get out of this potential check. Maybe we can start with bishop to d6, though. Then we no longer have rook d4 option. Maybe king a8. What about king a8? King h1, king a8. No, the computer. Oh, it doesn't like it at all.
Yeah, for some reason, king
because
a8.
Is EF? Is it still rook d4? I think it still is, right?
EF rook d4, and here apparently there's a defensive move that white has, which keeps things under control. Maybe just bishop f. Maybe bishop f1. Eval bar doesn't. You have this moment of anticipation. You make a move.
Okay. Now, wait, one second. Now let's go back. Why couldn't we do it right away? So EF, rook d4.
Because there's bishop f1.
Oh, there was suddenly.
And there was a check.
There was a check. I made a harmful move instead of making a useful one. Amazing. Wow. Amazing. The chess is so subtle, yeah.
King on
maybe
a8
I should just
checked.
Maybe just a bishop move or bishop e7. Maybe just. Maybe a neutral move. Not the best.
It's not so easy.
Not so easy. Okay, king h1 is probably the best move then, practically speaking.
That's the last.
No, go ahead. Not sure.
No, I was going to say that king h1 is still almost an admission of failure. You have to basically halt all of your queenside activity and just say, I'm at the mercy of my opponent now. Go ahead.
Of course, absolutely. By the way, speaking of the queen move, let's try one. Let's try one. If let's say I go queen to b6.
I take c4.
Maybe bishop b1, because maybe if you yeah, you can take c4 maybe. I was thinking that then I will kind of break through here. I don't know, with the bishop or maybe the pawn. Maybe first collect this bishop and then fe4. I was also wondering what happens if you just wait and maintain defense of this pawn.
Yeah, that's probably best.
Yeah, queen b6 doesn't quite do this. Yeah, because threading the bishop is not really threading the bishop. It doesn't make much sense because you anyway might drop back next. Yeah, you have to make a useful move here. What about bishop to d6? Now ef5 becomes a thing, yeah.
And now, gosh, there's so many options on every move. There's like bishop f4, yeah.
I mean, but it can get out of hand though, yeah. If we allow some bishop e4, it can get out of hand.
And this is what Ding wants, right? He wants to introduce an element of chaos to the position. And king h1 is what it forces black to make a decision. And black's number of candidate moves here is vast, which is not necessarily a good thing. But 30 minutes now for Ding Liren, and he has not made a move yet. It's been rare for him to come back to the board, oddly enough, and actually take time making his decision while sitting at the board. If he plays, he takes f5, the game is over immediately. And I'm a little bit worried, Anish, I'm a little bit worried that he might get stubborn and just basically get tilted and play he takes f5. And here, that's it. I mean, if this happens, it's resign time.
Yeah, I would hope for Ding that this is a little bit too cooperative. No, I think by this point he realized the gravity of the situation, and he realized that things are going badly, but he doesn't have to lose on the spot. And I think king h1 is the only move that comes to mind that doesn't make your position worse. Maybe some panic like d5 is possible, but king h1. Well, it's not easy to finish it off. I mean, it's maybe early to say that it's completely over because you have to. It's not easy to finish it off. There is no blow here. You have to set up a blow. I'm not even sure how to do it.
Yeah, no, it's and when you look at the engine and the engine suggests king h1, it's very easy to do this thing. I would call it false explanation. There's a word for it, I think, in psychology, where you know the truth of something and then you think the explanation is one thing, but it's actually completely another thing. So you think, oh, well, king h1 is so obvious because you move the king away from the x-ray of the rook. But the real point of this move is actually just to wait, right? Because it's the only useful move. White is almost in Zugzwang, and it's not so easy for black to accumulate the pressure. Because if you look at this from the perspective of a human wants to do concrete things. So once the concrete moves have been rejected, then you have to realize that a waiting move is played. When you look at the computer, you don't realize how many other tempting options there are that you have to rule out before you settle on something like king h1. And that's exactly what Ding is doing. He doesn't have a lot of time to do it in, though, as he drops below 30 minutes on top of, a terrible position.
Yeah, okay, we speak of king h1 as a sort of a best move, but I'm not even sure that is the case. But I think practically that is probably the best shot, just waiting. And here, I like this. Maybe this idea of e5, maybe. It's a little bit wicked, but maybe it's possible. Don't know, maybe. But I also peeked here at the engine suggestions, and the engine is very, very cold-blooded. And the first line is just move f6. Just improving the position and maybe introducing the idea of queen g7. It's quite cool. The other suggestion is even classier. This is really good stuff. Bishop g7. Now I like the first line here. Of course, I would be worried about bishop b4, but the instructive position appears here after e5. Here the engine says by far the best move is bishop f8 back. Very cool, creating a long diagonal with the bishop. But yeah, this is all unrealistic. I think none of this will happen. We will have we will see another move after king h1. Maybe this e5 move. I think white should go d5, create sort of a mess, and try to at least trade the strong light square bishop. And here, even though you lost the pawn, the situation kind of changed around because there's no more attack. The king is pretty safe. We have some chances. So yeah, I think not easy. This f6 move is very strong, but it just didn't occur to me. It's just so weird and out of normal pattern recognition that it just doesn't come to my mind. But it's a very strong move, and the most useful one perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Nepo would have to take his time. But if I may, let's take a quick break from analysis and just check into Ding himself, because all of this is contingent on him, first of all, playing King H1. So, that's a bridge which is going to have to be crossed if he finds that waiting move. And I just want to meditate for a second on what's going through Ding's mind right now. I mean, all of his hopes of converting this excellent preparation into a win have been dashed. Nepo experienced a disappointment of his own yesterday, but Anish, this cannot possibly be compared. I mean, Nepo had winning chances. Okay, he let them slip. The game ends in a draw. Here, everything into the wastebasket, but you're also likely to lose the game. And a loss in your first white game, I don't think it can be overstated how much of a blow that would be to Ding Liren as he still tries to figure out a way to make things messy.
Yeah, it's a disaster. I mean, it's not even close. Missing some winning chances when the match score is equal versus losing the first game, I think it's not even close. Like yesterday was business as usual. Also, Jan didn't miss a win. It was winning chances. It's all very abstract and it was far from over. But this is real. If you lose the white game, besides, okay, first of all, losing that's just absolutely awful in a match, because now you need to come back. Now it's on you. Now every draw is a bad result. Now every day you are trailing, you are in a bad mood. Of course, you'll try to somehow fix that, but it's easier said than done. And I think the mood is essentially bad. And what makes the matters even worse, losing with white means you play next game with black. And you're not going to take risks with black just yet because it's too early and you don't want to lose 2 in a row. But it means that probably you're not going to get an opportunity to strike back. And you want to strike back right away. And so losing with white is extra bad also because you wasted the white game because next one is black. I mean, it's just so bad on so many levels, like really, really, really bad. Like it's just bad. So I hope now this is not what goes through his mind. I think right now he's focused on the position, he's focused on the board, he's got concrete problems to solve, and that's when you can actually try to go deep and calculate. But as he's a good calculator, he keeps calculating variations. He sees that it just nothing works. Of course, EF Rook D4 is what he missed. He sees that now. He goes back to EF every now and then to make sure it doesn't work. He sees it doesn't work. He tries all kinds of active moves, D5, B3, Bishop C4. Nothing works. 95 doesn't work. So yeah, before he settles on the move like King H1, which is an admission of being in a bad position, he's just circling, checking for all the active moves and seeing that they don't work, and it's definitely gets him in a very bad state.
He seems close to making a move, still burning his time. And the last time that someone in a World Championship match lost the second game with the white pieces, the last time someone lost the second game was 2014. Carlsen defeats Anand with white. Last time someone won with black in a second game was Veselin Topalov. Vladimir Kramnik against Veselin Topalov in that very famous match in 2006 in Alista. If you're watching and you don't know, look that matchup on Wikipedia and read about it. That was an absolutely crazy match that ultimately came to be known as Toilet Gate. But in game 2, Topalov, he had forced mate in something like 3 moves. He missed it, and he loses the second consecutive game. Then the match gets really heated, and it ends up being decided in a tiebreak. And we have a move, and it is Bishop C2.
Well,
and
first
that
line of
was,
the
in
engine.
fact, incredible. Ding does come up with a way to stave off defeat, and he admits failure, but that's what you got to do in these situations, damage control.
Yeah, and what you mentioned, this Kramnik Topalov match, I mean, besides the scandal, there's also the chess been really spectacular. And I should, like a pro tip, let's say, that there is a book called From London to Alista, and it's an incredible book. It's written by Evgeny Bareev and Levitov, who was the part of Team Kramnik, and that's a recount of Team Kramnik on the matches, all championship matches that Kramnik has played from London, where he faced Kasparov, to Alista. And Alista, that was the one with Topalov. There was also a match against Leko in between. And these personal accounts of his second, and of course, quoting Kramnik himself, interview Kramnik himself, this book is really fascinating. One of my favorite books, I think, definitely my top 3 of favorite books I've read about chess. So if you are into chess and want to to read something fun about the World Championship of the past, there's definitely one I recommend. What came to my mind, and I again repeat it over and over, it was not a game 2, it was probably, I think, game 3, but the analogy between the Anand Kramnik match, I think, is a lot closer here, because there is where the score was equal, and Kramnik lost the game with white. It was also early on. It was not game 2, but game 3. But even the pawn structure was quite similar. So I think if we are to see a loss of Ding today, the analogy with that match will definitely come to mind. But currently, after bishop c2, it's on Jan to prove that his position is really winning.
Yeah, and as we established, there is no comfortable move necessarily. There's no forced win, first of all. And the last thing you want to do is take on e4 prematurely, give away the main engine of your attack, the light squared bishop. So there's a whole series of general improving moves. That's what we were testing, right? You can develop the bishop on f8. Once you see the move f6, I personally can't unsee it. I keep looking at f6, and it's such a cute move because queen g7 is threatened, and it just increases the blood flow in your position. But again, it's one of those things. You see the engine move, you can't unsee it, right? You can always spot it in a sea of possibilities. But put yourself in Jan's shoes. F6 is just one of 6 or 7 feasible candidate moves that include bishop e7 and bishop d6, and you could reposition the queen, and you could push e5. So he's got some work to do. Let's not pretend that this is over or even close to over. Accuracy is still required, and Ding is not about to fold over and die. Oh no, not I.
Yeah, I agree.
To that song yesterday.
and I have to say, is that the 80s or not?
I think that's 70s. That's I Will Survive. Oh. That must be 70s.
Okay, that's not the kind of the music that is relevant for this match. So please brush up on your music repertoire there and bring us some novelties from the 80s tomorrow or day after, in fact. But I think it's unfair to talk about f6. I don't know. Like, I know myself. I'm I have my strengths. I have my weaknesses. I wouldn't play f6. I don't see that move. F6 is just not coming onto my radar, and nor did it come to Jan. And he played knight to c6. Interesting.
Which attacks the d4 pawn and
the bar loved it, by the way.
Wow. Jan is so confident right now. He just smells blood.
He spent 3 minutes, and so many options he had. He spent 3 minutes. The ball is back in Ding's court, as our chat is saying here correctly. Ding's problem is on the clock as well. I'm not sure it's a bigger problem. It's arguable what's bigger problem, but it's an additional problem to the situation on the board. And knight c6 looks strong. The problem with bishop c2 was that it released the pressure from the c4 pawn. Now the knight could come back into the game. Now the knight also joins, fight for the center. And all these pieces are nicely working together. Jan has a great feel for harmony and a wonderful move, and smells blood, plays so quickly, puts the pressure. He's got to bring this one home.
Just so impressive how he's operating. He's like pressing the piano keys first on the king side with rook g and f5, and now in the center he's just he's pressuring the points where white is the weakest, and he's doing it at exactly the right time. Knight c6 is on the board, and apparently chat is letting us know that at a high depth, Stockfish does indeed consider this its top choice. So f6 is a good move. It's the choice at a lower depth, but when you let the computer sit, knight c6 is best. Jan, when he gets in his element, it's watching an artist just at his craft. This is a well-oiled machine.
Knight c6 looks beautiful. I mean, it's the best move, not only for engine but also for human, but apparently also for engine. Yeah, if you show me knight c6, I agree immediately. Like, I see yes. You're targeting the pawn. Bishop e3, I can even consider a move like f4, but it's also bishop e3 is just not very appealing here with the X-ray on the queen. And so this looks like the best move. The move f6 is just not in our pattern recognition, because when you've got these 3 pawns, like this is a pattern, these 3 pawns against the e4, d4 pawns, it's a thing that happens in many openings. And f6 is kind of anti-positional because it weakens the e6 pawn, and usually it's met by a move like d5, and this e6 pawn is soft, and it never adds value to the position at all. It's just here somehow queen could swing. So it's just a very weird move, this move f6, one that just wouldn't come to mind to most grandmasters just ever. And so I was never expecting f6 to happen, and knight c6 actually is a good one. Perhaps this is why maybe king h1 was a better defensive attempt, keeping an eye on the c4 pawn, because this knight c6 move would not be possible. And now, yeah, Jan found this pretty quickly. And it's again back to Ding. Maybe bishop e3 after all. And because if you go f4 and win the pawn, at least the bishop
Oh,
on
wait,
b7.
there's takes in bishop f4, though.
There's even a tactic there. Yeah, I didn't see even the tactic there. Wow.
It's still good for black, probably. Queen takes f4
Just
and
takes
pretend that you saw it. Bishop d6.
Yeah. Checkmate nonetheless somehow.
Jeez.
It's sharp. It's sharp. I'm not sure it's so clear. It's sharp. Also, maybe queen f3. Maybe I have queen e5 and g3.
Maybe queen g5 and bishop c5 and queen takes g3.
Bishop g7 also. Queen g5.
Yeah, I was trying to go bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful.
But maybe white can go g4. I don't know.
Yeah, and try to hang on. No, of course you are in your element here. It's
yeah, I love these positions.
It's tactical skirmish. Yeah. No. Well, even this is good, but yeah, I don't know what else to offer, because you don't want to just lose the d4 pawn and keep all this pressure on the e4 pawn as well. You just lose a pawn. As they say, in such cases, black is up a pawn and has the compensation. This is one of these
exactly.
Cases.
Now it's funny because this bishop f4 trick we just saw. Does it mean that knight takes d4 is not strictly? I mean, it is more of a threat here because in this version, bishop f4 doesn't pick up the f pawn, so that would be probably an even worse version for white. But the problem isn't as much that knight takes d4 is an unstoppable threat. White is like weird; it's out of moves. I mean, what does white do? Bishop b1, maybe bishop b1, actually inviting knight takes d4 and just praying in that resulting position that you're not going to get checkmated. What do you think of that?
Yeah, let's look at that on the analysis board. After bishop b1, knight d4, knight d4, d4. Indeed, bishop f4 is a thing. So knight d4 was not actually a threat. So if anything, Jan has just brought the knight back into the game just to put the pressure. Ooh, something else happened. Something else entirely.
To the live board we go. Bishop to g5 is on the board, cutting off the g file.
Yeah,
a reasonable looking move.
But there are all kinds of I don't know, all kinds of X-rays.
Woo!
All kinds of X-rays in the picture. A lot of tactics there in the air, but maybe nothing immediate, right? Nothing immediate.
Yourselves in. This is where you want 53 minutes as opposed to 19 minutes. Well, there's all sorts of sacks. There's knight d4's rook takes g5. You could sack in the center and take on the king side, or sack in the king side and take in the center. I don't think knight takes d4 actually works because white picks up the rook, and I'm not impressed with that idea.
No, I mean, we can consider the sack, certainly, and black will have great compensation. The question if that's the best. We could also consider not a sack. I think that's also allowed. We can just go bishop e7 maybe and just trade the bishops and see what happened there. How much relief this brought to white. The bar says it brought quite some relief, so bishop g5, certainly an interesting shot. f6 now, bishop takes f6. Is there any follow-up there? Not really, perhaps. Rook g5, bishop h6, also sometimes an idea.
Yeah, and knight takes d4 here, of course, is the stock, is the
yeah, I mean,
typical
knight d4
move.
First, of course. Yeah, knight d4 first is the one comes to mind.
Yeah. And Eva Bar is not going down, so...
No, Eva Bar doesn't mind. Oh, wow. Yeah, actually, we're threatening knight b3 to regain the exchange, it's at the very least. And yeah, what do you play? Queen h5, I guess? To try
Queen
to somehow...
h5. I have a cool line.
Spice things up.
Oh, it doesn't.
What do we play?
Wait, no, it doesn't quite work. I was thinking bishop c5, and the idea is to meet queen f7 with knight f3, but it doesn't quite work. And queen g3, king h1, I think it's unclear. Because you can't take with a knight, the queen is lost. Oh, no,
but
it does work.
It works, yeah.
Is it bishop f2? I don't know.
Please give me, literally give me a break, because I cannot follow this stuff. You're too sharp, too quick. Like the kind of tactics you are throwing here is just they have come out of nowhere for me. Bishop f2 or queen g3. I don't know. I don't see the finisher, but okay, you gotta finish it off for us. Do you see it?
Maybe it's as simple as queen takes knight and just chill. I don't know. I'm skeptical that this is the move. It's the move.
The bar hasn't moved.
The king is just too late.
It's just mate. It's just a slow mate. It's a slow mate. It's a slow mate. Oh, it's relatively slow. I mean, it's not like checkmate, but it's like takes, attack, and then checkmate. Yeah, there's all kinds of queen h6, queen h4, rook g8, bishop f2, all kinds of threats. And the king, like the king on b8 or even a8 position, like is so incredibly safe. There's not even a check you can give, whereas the white king is doomed in the long run. So definitely possible. And rook g5, knight d4 is findable. Only thing is that you might not be sure in the evaluation that it's so winning. You can be sure it's good for black. I mean, you can be sure it's enough because it looks really, really appealing. But you don't need to be sure it's winning. You can just take and play knight d4, thinking, okay, I have an active position. I have much more time. I have good practical chances. And then after the game, you can ask your second. You say, was I winning, or what was the evaluation? And they'll say you're completely winning. You're like, okay, I was completely winning. Nice. You don't have to know that you're winning. You just go for it anyway.
Right. And another thing I would add as we, go back to the board after bishop g5, 50 minutes for Jan here to contemplate how to continue the attack. Rook g5, knight d4. I think a lot of people think of sacrifices as one big category, but in fact, a queen sacrifice is very different from an exchange sacrifice. This is barely even a sacrifice. You get a pawn and a piece for the rook, which is a material investment, but a very small one. So it's not like it's an all or nothing situation where if you don't checkmate in 3 moves, white's going to consolidate and win, right? You can play that as just a regular position, and that
exactly
really, raises the appeal of a move like this. Jan scratching his hair. He's tempted to move. I know he's tempted to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, rook g5, knight d4. That's just it's it's a speeches championship move. It's the bullet brawl move. It's it's an instinct, and like you said, it's not one of those sacrifices where you give up a lot of material. First of all, a rook for a bishop and a pawn is barely a sack. Secondly, all these dark squares, and you now owning the bishop pair, even materially speaking, you are not really down. Like, you can sack a rook for a pawn and a bishop pair. I think 2 bishops and a pawn are worth a rook and a knight, pretty much in most cases, just like by default. So not to mention here where all these dark squares, and I mean, we've seen the dark squares, like, it's such a common pattern. I don't know if you've played the semi-Slav openings. If you've seen these games of Vichy Anand around the year 2006, Aronian lost to Vichy in 2006, World Championship it was. There, like, the Vichy has beaten Kramnik also on the dark squares. Like, this whole pattern of sacking stuff and controlling dark squares, I've seen it over and over, and Jan has seen it also many times. It's just so tempting, and it can't be bad. It's good. You maybe don't know it's winning, but you don't have to. You just do it, and then you win the game, and then you celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, I God himself wouldn't be able to stop me from playing rook takes g5. I don't like this phrase. I don't like commentary cliches, but if there is a time to use the phrase "this move plays itself," I think this might be a good time. And I totally second your point about square control. I'm not as familiar with. I've seen a couple of those semi-Slav domination games, but when you've got full control over a whole complex of squares, that just opens up a whole world of tactics, because literally anything that happens on any dark squares on the king side is A, going to be in black's favor, and B, going to be dictated by black. Jan, big surprise there. He's taken on g5, and he's done it quickly. All right, Dan, come back, please.
No, it's position definitely plays itself. You gave me a flashback there. I suddenly remembered that my today's nightmare was literally that I had to share a room with Hans Niemann. I had suddenly this dream. Anyway, the rook g5. It's true. I just suddenly it came back to me when you said that the position plays itself. But yeah, knight g5, knight d4. It's soon going to be a matter of converting, and also the conversion, it will probably happen automatically because you have to bring all your pieces forward. You have to bring the bishop out, the queen out, the rook to g file, and I think conversion is not going to be too difficult.
No, and not to be a pedant, but technically it's not a rook sacrifice, it's an exchange sacrifice, which speaks to our point, right? That it's really not as big of an material investment as it may appear. Not taking anything away from this move. Jana's playing brilliantly with knight c6. I mean, playing on all sides of the board is always produces an aesthetic effect on me. B4, c4, close the queen side. Knight c6, hit the pawn. Rook takes g5, use the g file. Now back to the center. So he's just operating, like a skilled pilot. And knight takes d4 is coming.
Yes, and I definitely have flashbacks to that candidates game, the first round, where Jan absolutely crushed Ding. He won. The final position was so winning, like he won with a big margin, you could say. I mean, it's not a thing in chess. In chess, it's always only can be 1-0. But sometimes you see these positions and these games where you sort of win with a margin. You know what I mean? It's not like a tempo by tempo, but it's just like you're so winning in the end that even if the opponent had an extra piece or an extra tempo and a piece, you still will be winning. And this could be that kind of game. Yeah, sometimes Jan's playing tremendous, and sometimes Ding is collapsing. And I guess it has to do with the pressure of the of the championship, the pressure of the first round. I do hope, and I do think the chances are high once Ding finds himself at the bottom, he will calm down, and as he has managed to come back so many tournaments, he will come back in this match as well at some point. But it looks like at the beginning of it, he is going to go down, because at this point, I don't see a defense for White.
Yeah, this is getting worse and worse. I mean, the clock situation is getting worse and worse. He's got 20 more moves to make and 18 minutes to do it, and he's got less than a minute per move, no increment until move 60. So literally, no matter how you slice it, this should be basically in the bag for Jan, and I think he senses it. And for Ding, I think it's going to be super important. We'll talk about this later, of course, to diagnose the reason how knight takes f6, as he plays, I think, queen to h5, trying to keep his pieces away from the center, away from the d file. That probably is the most resilient move, but knight takes f6 is where all of his problems begin. But okay, this is not over yet. Jan still has to be accurate. We've seen crazier things happen. How is he going to proceed?
Well, he has to see your tactic that you just found immediately, which was a little bit weird of a tactic, right? This bishop c5, I don't think it's the only way, but it was it looked very efficient. Bishop c5, queen f7, knight f3. I think, I don't know how you found this stuff, but I think it's extremely difficult because it doesn't even end with a forced win or anything. I mean, it is a forced win, but not with check. So for me, it's an extremely difficult combination. But
Jan has already moved. He's played f6. He's just blitzing out moves. And
yeah,
I agree. And that position was very hard to... That was the hardest part of that tactic to me, was evaluating the resulting position, because it's not immediately clear that it's crushing. Instead, f6 hits the knight.
It's even stronger. Yeah, the bar didn't even move a bit. The bar is saying this is a great move. It's one of the best moves.
Incredible. Apparently, this is the best move.
Just to check. Let me just... Yeah, it's incredible. It is the first line, which is 5 being the second. Well, it depends on the depth, and it switches around, but doesn't matter. The point of the matter is Jan plays extremely quickly and extremely well. This was my first introduction to Jan. When I played him, I was very young. In the tournament where I beat Magnus, I was 16, and I played Jan. Jan is 4 years older than me, so he was probably 20 when I was 16. And my first game with Jan, I played with the white pieces. At some point, there was a move repetition. I was still very ambitious as a kid, and so I played on, and I got punished very rough, and I was in a lost position. And of course, he was up on the clock by a mile. He had over an hour, and I was in time trouble. And at some point, he was winning, but things got a little bit like sharp, in a sense that he had to calculate something. And I thought, okay, he will probably calculate now and maybe find a win or something like that. But I didn't see that win. Instead, he just started blitzing out a sequence, which I didn't see. For a second, I thought he blundered, because it looked like he blundered. But it turned out he saw a step ahead. And I was wondering, okay, I understand you see that, but why do you do it all so fast? You have an hour, like you can beat me slowly. Why do you beat me quickly? And then I thought, and after the game, I told my coach at the time, I said, I've played Carlsen here, I've played, all these great players, but I think this guy, he's by far the most impressive players of all. And the coach said that, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this game was just unbelievable. And then later we found out that, okay, this is the great Jan, but there is also the Jan that is too impulsive and makes blunders quickly. And, there's also that side of him. But when he's playing well, when it's a great Jan, it is the most impressive player in the world. Like, so fast. Like, he still has 44. He spent like 10 minutes on his last, I don't know how many moves, as if they're obvious. And he's just crushing the guy completely.
And this is the world championship. It's so fun to watch Jan in his element. And to your point, yes, he has squandered a bunch of winning positions by playing too quickly. I remembered a game in the Sinkfield Cup, round 1 against Vichy, where it's a dead draw, and he makes a move quickly with 30 minutes left on the clock. He loses. So yeah, that's the other side of the coin. But when Jan is in good form, it is just, even if you know nothing about chess, it's literally just fun to watch him make moves quickly as he grabs The pawn on e4 with the bishop, I thought f takes e4. I would have probably spent 5 minutes on it, but that's why Nepo is sitting in that chair over in Astana, and he's not sitting in that chair anymore. He's just gotten up from his chair. He now has what? 2 pawns for the exchange, so technically he's
up in material, basically.
Up in material, and he's got total domination with his bishops. Once the rook moves to c1, which is, I assume, is what Ding is going to do, is Nepo going to bring his other bishop out to c5?
I suspect so. I think rook d2 is also an option, but either way, at this point, as we already concluded, black is up in material somewhat, and also the bishop pair, right? Don't discount that. I think having 2 bishops is worth almost a pawn, if not a pawn. Or maybe like 3/4 of a pawn. So black is, if you add up all the pawns together, black is like up a pawn pretty much, and he has a better position. The only thing white can, white has going for himself is that now that the rook has been sacrificed, there is no more rook on the g file, so that's a small relief. But that being said, the position is still really, really bad. And given how confidently Jan played, I think it's a matter of conversion. And I have to say that Jan just looks very confident yesterday and today in particular. I think, and also I think the fact that he saw Ding being so vulnerable, it gave him even more confidence. He just thought, okay, this guy, he's not handling the tension as well as I do. So now that he got a chance, he's just going for it.
Rook to d2 is Ding's move, trying to force the rooks off the board. I would advise people watching to realize that, even if Nepo is making the second best move according to Sess, that is not a blunder. The blunder is a move that changes the evaluation from, let's say, winning to something much less convincing. Right now, all of his last moves have kept a clear, decisive advantage. So just because, the move he played is minus 3.5, the best move is minus 5.5, that does not make it a blunder in sort of human terms. I think in human terms, the position is nearly hopeless. Anish, I wouldn't call it completely hopeless. I mean, white still has 2 rooks completely, and black has 1. So as long as that remains the case, there's going to be some hope of generating counterplay against black's king, getting a queen to e8. When Jan plays quickly, you have that one tiny inkling of doubt. Maybe he makes that one blunder, but right now he just looks like a god.
Yeah, and I have to say that it's an interesting topic. You brought a good point that going from -5 to -3 is not a blunder. I would even go further. I think that in general, lately, nowadays, people miscategorize the word blunder. And when I was growing up, before the computers were so good, blunder meant something different. Blunder is not a mistake that gets you from back in when I learned chess. Blunder was not a mistake that got you from a losing position to a drawn position. That could be just a mistake. Mistake can be huge. Blunder, in my vocabulary, always was something that a mistake of such nature that it is something that you, player of your level, yourself, and other players of your level, would immediately see is a mistake. So, for example, a move like f4 blunders the bishop.
Right.
And you see that it's a blunder because you know that it's hanging now. Let's say a move like bishop f3, it's a horrendous mistake. But I don't think it's blunder. It's like a misjudgment. It's a horrendous misjudgment because you've given up your bishop pair and your whole position collapses.
It would be a blunder if you had missed that rook takes d8 was a check. I would argue that. So blunder is the act of missing, I think, a very obvious detail. It normally has to do with something specific tactical. When you just make a move and the evaluation stays approximately the same, that has nothing to do with a blunder. You could call that an inaccuracy objectively, but I'm totally with you. I think blunder should be reserved for cases of crazy evaluation changes, and we should see the bigger picture here, which is that as long as black stays in control of the game, the moves he's making are perfectly acceptable.
Sometimes you even blunder, but the move is good. You know what I mean? Because
Hikaru does that all. Yeah.
Yes, Hikaru does all the time.
Wait. Oh, wait a second. I have queen e8 and I win.
Yes. I think I'm blundered. So bad at chess. No, I mean it happens. It happens.
Right.
So I think blunder, the way people use the word blunder now, I think this is not what blunder used to mean. In Russian, the word blunder means to yawn. Yeah.
Yawn. There's the old story. The story. So the word for blunder is yawn. My coach told me this story. An older gentleman is playing, and at one point he yawns, like physically yawns, and he yawns so widely that he like breaks his jaw, and he has to go to the hospital. And he wakes up in the hospital, and he said, "Why? What am I doing here?" They said, "You yawned," but in Russian it's the same word for blunder. He says, "What piece did I yawn?"
Yeah,
you
no, for sure,
yawned
for
in
sure.
Nepomniachtchi.
No, it's
All
a
right,
good story.
enough.
I mean, I had a similar experience actually. I once had at a training session with the Grandmaster Daniel Friedman. He came to our house. It was very late evening. He arrived from a tournament, and we were looking at some chess. And at some point, he said, "Like you're blundering a lot," because we spoke Russian. And I'm
Mhm.
like looking confused, like I think we are analyzing fine. He's like, "No, you're yawning a lot." Like it's like he was saying like because it was late and
It's
I was just yawning a
ambiguous.
lot. Yeah, it's the same word, but I thought he means I'm blundering, and I was like, no, but we are analyzing fine. I'm not blundering anything. But he actually meant yeah, I'm yawning because it was late and I was sleeping. So yeah,
That's
there's that.
hilarious.
But yeah, blunders aside, I don't expect any blunders from Jan. Also, don't think moves with evaluation swings. I do have to be honest with you. Like I'm also not a god when it comes to unbalanced positions. I of course like Black's position. I of course love the look of it and all that stuff. But the bar here suggests it's how much? Minus 5.7. It doesn't look to me like minus 5.7 yet. Like
No,
I mean
I would
I
estimate
wouldn't.
-3. If I had to intuitively estimate, I'd say -3.
You would give it. Yeah, but with what move? Let's say. I think I
Yeah,
would need a
that's.
move.
I was
I would
trying
need a
to
move before
avoid
I
that
estimate.
question.
Yeah.
Well,
No. Please give me a move.
okay, bishop. I was thinking about bishop d5. The problem is that move isn't the one that you want to play because it doesn't create a threat, but it keeps the rooks on the board. I guess bishop d5 is
It
not a
gives you your
blunder.
it gives
It's
you
a
your minus
yawn.
3. It
It's a
gives you your
yawn.
minus 3 though, so it's a
Yeah,
yawn. Yeah.
I made it. That I deliberately made a move that
Yes,
brings the
you
evaluation
got your
closer to what I want it to be. Okay,
evaluation.
Nepo's moved. Bishop d6. Okay, close enough.
Let's see. What's the eval now?
It's
No,
still -5.
yeah. So minus 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
because bishop takes f3 and bishop h2 is threatened.
That's a side thing. Yeah. I mean, I think the c pawn is marching down the board actually as well. Like fundamentally, the c pawn is sort of deciding the game as well. Yeah, I think I can get behind that. I do agree why it's hopeless. Why it is mainly hopeless. I mean, my first impression is not that why it's completely hopeless, but the second impression is because once you start looking for moves, somehow nothing good comes to your mind. Maybe knight d4 is the one attempt to
Yeah, muddy the
create a
waters
threat.
somehow.
Create a threat.
Yeah, and here black has to find maybe like one or two more accurate moves. So I'm thinking about, okay, there's the check on h2, but then king h1. There's like bishop c5, knight e6, rook d2, but you can't just sack your queen. You have to actually calculate the ramifications. I don't think it works.
Well, I mean, you could also just protect the e6 pawn in a worst case, but maybe yeah, you're looking for a finisher here, right? Don't you? You're looking for
Yeah,
something
I'm
big.
looking. I haven't found it yet. c3 also should not be discounted
Oh,
because that is
c3.
ultimately the next
c3.
move.
Nice. And because now after 96, you go cd and you'll collect the. There is a nice resource though. I mean, I'll just show it. I'm not sure if it's too relevant. It doesn't actually work. It doesn't save, but it's a nice resource in the sense that you can play here rook b1 check, so that after bishop b1 knight c7, yeah, you are lost because of d1 bishop h2. But I don't have d with check.
Woo!
But,
I think you should show d1 bishop h2. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, that is of course there. Besides bishop takes c7 being winning on the spot as well. Sorry, bishop c7. I mean immediately, or bishop h2 here. No, this whole line made no sense. After c3, the only chance I think is to take and bring the rook back, and then maybe c2 is good enough. What do you think?
c2 definitely should be enough, I think.
Looks enough, yeah. No, I mean once 94 is c3, there is no other active move. Second exchange here is not helping at all. You just don't have enough. I mean, if you had like a queen on e4 already, and you had a threat of
Yeah.
knight c6, we would be talking.
Exactly.
Well, that would be better after rook c8 probably, but we would be talking about something. And now there's nothing to talk about. The queen is just not contributing, and the knight c6 is not a threat, and knight e6 is
C3 is
easily
coming.
parried. And again,
Yeah,
that is always sitting. No, it's just
Bishop
really bad.
It's
getting lost. It's lost. It's lost.
It's getting into resignable. Not resignable. He's not going to resign here.
No, not resignable. Not resignable. It's lost. Yeah.
When he does resign, Nepo will have won 3 black games in a row, and he will have joined the last person to defeat Dingler with the black pieces, whose initials are AG from the Tata Steel tournament. So it's a pretty elite club.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a special feeling, isn't it, to defeat someone like this with a black piece? Is there a particular joy that derives from winning with black against a player as solid as Ding?
Yeah, I mean, especially in this way. Like, I must be honest, when I beat Ding, if I can say, it was a ridiculous game. Like, it was an awful game. On not just from him. That is okay. I'm cool with that. But also on my part, like, I converted well, but the start of the game was so strange. We played both so horribly in the opening, and it was was a weird game. Like, I don't know. I was kind of taken out of my. I was taken out of book at some point and started going wrong, and he also was. It wasn't. Still, I was very happy with the game. But this game is different. Here, Jan, he has done nothing wrong the entire game, and he's played brilliant chess throughout. So this is very satisfying. Very satisfying. I mean, if I think of last game that I played, which was as pleasing with black, I can only think of my game against Fabiano in Candidates when I played with the black pieces. There too, I played a good game at least. But this is such a crushing defeat. Well, it happened. It has happened to Jan much more, I guess, than to me. Him being such a brilliant player and so much more aggressive. I think in the Candidates that he won, he's had a few of these black victories, right? He crushed also Firouzja, if you remember, who did this bullet with none other than weren't you part of that big story?
I was involved. I was implicated in that story. Yes,
you were involved. No? You contributed to Jan's crushing defeat against Firouzja that day when you played a bullet match with Alireza all night long. But yeah, Jan is not new to crushing great players with black. So for him, it's business as usual.
Yeah, it is. And this game can kind of be divided into before and after, right? Before knight takes f6 and after knight takes f6. And that was only move 12, which is crazy. There was a whole stage of the game where we were in firm Queen's Gambit accepted territory. One could argue a slightly more favorable version for white. You're rewinding to that moment. You look at, the current position, could not be more different from what we had and what we would have had after knight takes c5. And we talked about regret yesterday, right? The regret of not making just one move that could have completely altered the arc of the game. And here you have that move. You can point and say, here, this is where I let things slip. And Ding will have to figure out what appealed to him about knight takes f6 and, what went wrong in the immediate aftermath, because even after the knights were traded, it's still an unclear position. So the couple of mistakes that he played until move 20, that's ultimately what did him in objectively.
Yeah, but I'm maybe I place too much attention to the opening and early middle game, but I would go back indeed to this moment, because I think chess is difficult, so you can things can go wrong in a complicated middle game, but this is just a decision moment, and there was just I felt there was just a wrong decision. Like, your expected value drops tremendously after knight f6 gf, just tremendously.
It does, and knight c5 is a risk-free option. But let's go back to the live board, because we have 7.5 minutes now for the number 3 player in the world. 38 for Jan, no increment, 15 moves to make. So by definition, he will make a move very soon. Is there any possibility he resigns? I think the likelihood is 0. But a couple of moves later, if Jan makes one or two more accurate moves,
give him a percent or two. I mean, give him a percent or two. I mean, 0 is
yeah,
rough.
not zero. It's really that it's that bad.
Position is bad. Yeah, it's. I mean, I think it's a position where you at some point understand you are lost. Some people, I know some players who are known to be resigning early, relatively early, who don't like this whole procedure of playing in a dead loss position. I know some of these players. Yeah, they could resign here, but I think Ding usually plays out until it's clear to everyone, including the chat, that he's lost. Somebody's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I wanted to point out that the chat, somebody mentioned that that getting flagged in a classical game, but it's a very normal thing. It happens. I mean, you got a lot of time, but you spend it. Nothing weird about getting flagged in a classical game. I think it happens.
Yeah, losing on time is kind of more normal than people realize, and it's a natural byproduct of having a miserable position for 10 moves. You have to spend your time, and that's why there is a time limit, because ultimately you've burned too much clock. He's now below 6 minutes. We're going to reach a point where he physically won't be able to make 15 moves in the allotted time. That's what people are referring to. That moment is going to come around the time that he has, maybe a minute on the clock. So he has 5.5 on the clock, but in reality, he has to make this move in the next minute or so.
Yeah, and so you have to control the clock as long as the situation on the board is acceptable, because you have a lot to lose. But when you are dead lost, you might as well let the clock run down, because you're anyway lost. So that's what's happening here. Ding realizing he's completely lost. If he knew that there is any chance of survival, he would have played faster to at least keep the clock situation under control. But now that he sees he's completely lost, he's just he's thinking about the position a little bit as well, but he is just it's all kinds of thoughts are entering his mind, and he's trying to find the solution, but there is no solution, and he understands there is no point to make a losing move quickly. So he's looking for that one move that's not losing, but there's just not that move is not there. He already knows it. But he still has to get to terms with that. And okay, it's a painful experience to watch someone suffer in a lost position. But as a commentator, yeah, we have to endure that.
It's part of the process. And just to summarize, Black is dominating positionally with the bishops. Black is actually up material, 2 pawns for the exchange. There's an immediate threat of bishop takes knight and bishop h2. There's an immediate threat of c4, c3, which literally cannot be stopped. The pawn smashes through to c2 under the very able support of the bishops. One bishop supporting c2, the other bishop can chase out a rook if it sits on c1. And the queen on h5 is pitiful. It's not attacking anything. It's doing nothing. It's not participating in the defense. If you could reposition it maybe to like e3 or e2, okay, maybe Jan would have to demonstrate some more precise technique. As it stands, you can close your eyes and my cat could play c3, and I don't even have a cat.
I was about to ask. Yeah, I didn't know your cat was.
I have a cat. No. I want to get a cat, but I don't have one yet. So 3 minutes and 30 seconds now for Ding. And I assigned definitely not 0 anymore. With every ticking second, the likelihood it resigns is rising. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's getting to 5%, especially the way he looks, looking at the clock a bit and the body language. I give it 5% that he resigns right now.
He's not even close to move. It's not like he's hovering over a square for the last 30 seconds. He has no idea what to do.
7%.
Yeah. With every 10 seconds, I think it increases. And then at 8%. Some point, yeah, exactly. 9%. 3 minutes on the clock now. 15 moves to make. And
okay, 10%.
Exactly. At 2:30, it gets to 25, I think.
It jumps. At some point, it jumps.
It's exponential.
Letting the clock run down, you get banned on chess.com. People are so nasty. Like when somebody's losing a game, they don't show compassion. They're just making these nasty little jokes, these trolls. Come on, guys. So show some love. Give some love. I mean, some support for Ding out there, please.
Yeah, it's painful.
Send us some long message of support.
And Jan,
trolling.
He's got
trolls just.
Yeah, I mean, listen. You can be a fan of either player, but simultaneously sympathize with just the pure pain of losing a game like this. 2 minutes now on the clock for Ding. He is about to move, and he does play king h1, tucking the king away, defending against bishop h2 check, but not against c3, which Jan I think is going to play instantly.
It defended from the most pressing threat of bishop f3, bishop h2, the threat that would just literally end the game on the spot, but he cannot defend from being in a lost position, and certainly not from the c-pawn running down the board. I think, as you mentioned, c3. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's a completely winning move, and yeah, don't see any reason why Jan would even spend a minute on this one.
This is the one most GMs, I think, would play c3 within a minute, Jan Nepomniachtchi style. Yeah.
Yeah, and even I just
ends it.
Yeah, and I just confirmed with the engine just for fun. Like all the moves are around -5, or -4, but c3 is -8. So it is the only disadvantage of pushing the c pawn is that you open the b file. But first of all, the king can be tucked away on the a file very safely, and more importantly, there's not even a check possible on the b file because all the squares are taken. So there is no downside to pushing the c pawn. It just gets one step closer to promotion, and that's visible to the engine, but also to a human. So Jan, once he comes back from the rest area, will play c3 instantly.
And to me, the time that you spend watching your opponent think, or quote unquote think, in lost positions is infinitely more agonizing than, because when you're thinking, at least you're checking, you're trying to find resources. When you're waiting for your opponent to find a move that you know he will play, but you're going through the motions, it's excruciating. You're sitting there, you know the game is over, but you feel like you have to make a couple more moves. You have to try for that 0.001%. And here comes c3.
Jan made a face. I don't know if you noticed. He made that small face of I have no idea why you play king h1 and what you have in mind for c3. And now, yeah, he's making that move.
Resign, please, is what Jan is saying with his eyes. I think he's going to take on c3 first, and Jan is going to recapture.
Also, you keep the thermos in the other hand, which sort of implies that you no longer take this seriously anymore. This is a little body language hints that suggest that, okay, it's all like, I don't even literally don't care.
You're ready to get going, basically. And I always correlate the drinking of water with a sign that you're satisfied with your position. I've noticed that a lot. When you're happy with how things are going, you're much more likely to think about staying hydrated and let me take a sip of my delicious tea while I enjoy my winning position here. Okay, now the likelihood is going up to 50%. Nepo is going to go c2 in response to
this
little rook d4.
Little guy Prague from India, Little Prago, he had this thing at some point. He had this meme that whenever he would get a winning position in the store, online champion store event, he would take a sip out of his water, only when he would have a winning position. So it was very, very unpleasant. I had one match against him at the time, and I lost a couple games. It was very unpleasant. Simply, you already know you're lost, and at that moment he takes a drink. It's just these little kids with their little trolling tricks. It's
it's annoying. It's tilting when you're losing.
Yeah. It's tough. And here body language, but also the position suggests that
handshake is coming.
I think resignation is already at this point. It's reaching 40%, 50%.
This or the next move, 50. Basically.
Maybe it's exactly within the next 3 moves. It's like a 90% likelihood, I guess.
Rook c1 is met with either bishop f4, bishop a3, just chase the rook away. And again, domination over the dark squares. One of the themes, and lights, really all squares, because you've got 2 bishops and your opponent has 0, and they're slicing across the board. Nepo's gotten up from his chair. I wouldn't do that. We talked about this yesterday. I would stay seated because resignation is so likely. You don't want to be searching for your opponent. And, it's like that story you told, where you pack up and go, except there, wrong piece was touched here. No matter what piece thing touches, that will not change the results of the game.
I think it's not nice that Jan left because it's so obvious that Ding sort of reaching a position where he should resign, and now it makes it slightly more uncomfortable for Ding to resign, even because how do you resign when the opponent is not there?
And he's not going to resign. He's going to play queen h6.
No, he basically he was forced to make a move.
Yep. Exactly. I don't get it. But maybe Jan is trying to show that he was expecting Ding to resign early. But these kinds of games, why play any of these games?
Maybe he wants to go to the toilet. Yeah. I mean, maybe he just wanted to go to the toilet as well. He's just let's not or take something from the rest area. Yeah. Let's just call it what it is.
Okay, so rook c8 I think is the simplest move here. Just rook c8 and then bishop f4 or bishop a3, depending on what white does.
Yeah, we can start with bishop a3 as well, I think, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong at all.
Bishop a3 first. It's a matter of taste. I mean, bishop a3 first, I think, creates an also unstoppable threat of c1. Yeah, it's formality now. And Jan, he's not the man to take a lot of time in a winning position. So he'll write down the move, scratch his hair. Yeah, I like it too.
because you know it's like a driver of a car who has 30 years of experience. You just know how the steering wheel goes. There's no need to belabor the point and take 10 minutes here. Double check is of course obligatory. You have to double check, but everything is so defended here. It's literally impossible to blunder.
Yeah, I know somebody mentioned Title Tuesday, and I also was already wondering. So, do you think Magnus will show up for Title Tuesday tomorrow to try to prove who is the real champ?
Hey, after watching this display, I think he might feel inspired.
He'll
I
have
think
to.
we're
He'll
definitely, at
have
least
to.
in the morning one, I think we'll see him. Maybe he'll grace us with his presence.
Yeah, he has to. Now he has something to prove. He has gotta log in on chess.com, sign up for Title Tuesday, and show us who is the boss, who is the real boss.
Well, we know who the boss of the first two games of the World Championship is. This has to be such an amazing feeling. The first game that Nepo is going to win in a World Championship match. He's going to break that, glass ceiling. And is that going to open the floodgates? Is this just going to be a blowout from here? There's absolutely no reason to conclude that. And this is only game two, and this is only a 1-point lead. And for Ding, his psychological preparation for the next game is going to be crucial. E5 is the top engine move, by the way.
Yeah, let's just to be
Dang.
sure. Let's just to be sure. Let's just make
Rook has nowhere to go.
No,
Rook
it's
has
nowhere
nowhere
to
to
go.
go.
Literally, yeah.
Resign. Jan
You know what's another
Nepomniachtchi
great
has
news?
won. Yeah.
Another great news is that now that the balance has been disturbed, the players, the draws no longer, no longer retain status quo. So every day now, there's Ding who's going to try to come back, and there's going to be action. There's going to be even more action, and that's really wonderful.
We congratulate Jan Nepomniachtchi for his first World Championship victory in Game 2. He now leads 1.5. Before we tie up some loose ends and take a look at the scoreboard, let's quickly run through the key moments in this game, because once again, it was a tale of almost two games. And it's hard to imagine that 4H3 occurred in this very same game. We were hyping up Ding's opening choice, an incredibly rare move with just a handful of games in the database, in a position where the Catalan or the Rogozin is automatic. He plays H3. It's kind of a waiting move. Anish, I think you characterized it best, kind of trying to drag Jan into unfamiliar territory, and he sort of succeeded, didn't he?
He did. Jan was in a familiar territory, spent a lot of time, got this very complicated position, went for a variation that is theoretical with a tempo more for black, but somehow, for some reason, Ding didn't go for the most obvious knight c5, which would keep the position a lot more safe, especially if white knows how to proceed. This leads to a pretty one-sided game. Instead, Ding decided to go for this very sharp, very complicated knight f6 gf, which even objectively is quite dubious for white, especially followed up by e4. And from then on, it was just one-way traffic.
And just excellent moves by Nepo all throughout the middle game. In particular, I just want to highlight knight c6, move 19.
Yeah,
using
I
the board
think
as
the
a canvas.
special mention to f5 as well. It was definitely a blow, followed up by indeed this move knight c6, setting up this wonderful exchange stack with rook g5. I mean, really, after knight f6 gf, I think Jan's play just so nice to scroll through. So if you're following this game, you are out there on your mobile device or desktop computer, just once again go at the start and just click the next next move, scroll through the game, enjoy how Jan brought all his pieces to the best squares, and then here with f5 open this diagonal, then brought the knight back, sacrificed the exchange, and in the end just crushing through. Beautiful game, ending with a resounding victory and a completely dominant position in the very end.
What a incredible performance by Jan. He wins the second game. He now leads, as we take a look at the scoreboard, with a score of 1.5. You can see there the result has been marked in game 2, and he has won the second game. And now Ding Liren, he's got some coming back to do, doesn't he?
At the 2021
yeah, and maybe not in the next round, because next round he's playing with the black pieces. I think if anything, Jan will try to keep pounding and try to put pressure with white. But first, Ding should probably try to stabilize the ship, try to get the draw in game 3, and then in game 4 with the white pieces try to strike back. That would be the plan I would recommend him to follow. But Jan also has his own thoughts. Jan will put pressure in the next game for sure, because when somebody's down, you gotta keep pounding. That's the way to play these matches.
Yeah, and as you said yourself, this doesn't mean that Ding now has to win game 3, or he has to play, E4, B5 and unbalance the game at all costs. That would be an amateurish approach. That's not what Rapport is going to recommend. That's not how Ding is going to handle it. He is known for his comebacks. He's going to play solid in game 3. I think he's more than satisfied with the draw. It's the white games that he really will have to pounce on. And, the one good thing about facing Jan is Jan's such a combative player. I mean, you're going to get your chances. You're going to get combative games every round. So I don't think Ding should catastrophize and, pretend like the match is over. He's not going to do any of that. I mean, he's a professional chess player.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll see. In any case, a wonderful start to the match. No more, talk of the draws, and then we have to explain people that no, the draws were fighting, all the blah blah. Now, no, we got our scoreboard with the 1 there for Jan, a 0 for Ding. Everybody excited to see it. I think very very early to tell, very early to write Ding off. He is known for his comebacks. He is known for, unfortunately, also known for bad starts. So nothing too dramatic just yet, but he has to definitely find the momentum and recompose himself. But if he brings his A game in the next game, or perhaps in his next white game, then I think things can turn around. And, if he comes back, the momentum will be back with him. So everything still to play for. We just started with a wonderful start.
And he can take solace in the fact that the last time someone lost with white in game 2 of a world championship match was Veselin Topalov against Kramnik in that 2006 match we talked about. He ended up losing the match, but at one point he tied the score. So he was down 2-0. He came back. There's so much chess left to be played. This is a best of 14 affair. First to 7.5. Nepo's at 1.5. 6 points is what Nepo will have to get from Ding in the following game. So there's so much chess left to be played. The next time the chess will be played will be on Wednesday. Yes, that is not tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tuesday. That's Title Tuesday. That is a rest day. There's no more than 2 days of chess played before a rest day. So tomorrow the players will recover after the start of the match, and then Wednesday at the same time, 2 a.m. Pacific, 5 a.m. New York time, and 11 p.m. Central European Standard Time. It's always the same start time. We will have Game 3. Anish, it's going to be awesome, and we have someone else who's awesome that will be joining us, won't we, on Wednesday?
That is that is true. We'll have I believe David Howell joining us. Oh, I nailed that one. So you put me on the spot there. I have to say, yeah, we will have a wonderful coverage there, and I'm looking forward to that already. Unfortunately, tomorrow is rest day. I always have withdrawals. I always want I want them to play every day. I want more action, but players need their rest. They need to prepare. So we'll be back the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, we will. And then, of course, Thursday, you can see that there's Game 4. There is another rest day on Friday, and then Game 5 is, of course, on Saturday at 2 a.m. Wow, this game ended up lasting 3.5 hours, which for a World Championship game with this time control is incredibly short. I honestly feel like we just got started. It's light outside now, so I can see the time has passed, but not a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you call like getting crushed. That happened. It has happened before. I've told you, somehow Jan's games, sometimes it happens, and you just crushed him. Nothing else. You cannot sugarcoat it. It's just what happened. It was quick. It was brutal. It went downhill very fast. Already, okay, move 12, Ding was out of book, and by move 18, 6 moves later, he was lost, and by move 29, he resigned. It really was a quick game, both. And also, Jan is known for these quick conversions, right? He doesn't take extra. Jan could have spent an extra half an hour. Magnus would. Magnus likes to spend time in winning positions. Jan could have finished the game with 20 minutes on the clock. He chose to finish it with 40 and didn't even reach second time control. So yeah, no, we didn't waste any time. Jan didn't waste anybody's time. He just came, saw, and conquered and left.
He did indeed, Veni Vidi Vici, and now Ding Liren has a comeback to make as he stands down a point. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time has come for us to wrap up. So first of all, we would like to thank everybody in the chat. I think there were over 30,000, maybe even over 50,000 across the platforms cheering on your favorite player in this momentous match. Our amazing production team at chess.com, our producer Hala, for another excellent broadcast. And of course, Anish, it's always an honor to commentate with you. I can't wait. I can't wait for Wednesday, but The game is over. Jan Nepomniachtchi has dealt the first blow at the 2023 FIDE World Championship. And now, as we wrap up, as we head into the rest day tomorrow, we will leave you with some of the best moments from the World Championship thus far. We bid you a great rest of your day. Bye. Right now, big decision for Jan. Does he roll up his sleeves? Is this the time to play knight e2, or does he keep playing the waiting game?
Queen f4, very tempting. Queen f4, queen b8, by the way. It's a Jan move. Infiltration with the queen, that's Jan's favorite topic.
He
Queen
smells
f4.
blood.
Watch this. I know this.
There
I know my man. I know my man.
F4 has been played. Ding is up from his chair. He's definitely surprised by this move.
Something's gone wrong here. Somehow he missed something, and now he's just slightly lost the thread.
We're about to find out the first move of game 2, ladies and gentlemen, of the FIDE World Championship. And it is indeed 1d4. Whoa!
What? He mouse slipped. The G pawn is the one, it's the other one. This is crazy. Jan's facing some new problems, and the price for move is very high because maybe c4 is right, maybe b4 is right. So I think he's in a very tough spot, and I don't know how he ended up there after h3, but he suddenly ended up there.
Incredulous Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking, where is my opponent?
Disconnected.
Disconnected. Exactly, yeah.
Now this bishop is raging and the rook is raging, and no, I think I'm going to stand by my prediction that Ding is getting crushed here.
And Nepo, I mean, he just senses it, right? He senses that Ding is losing the flow of the game.
Look at it. It's unbelievable, by the way. I mean, it is unbelievable. He's got 56 minutes. There's absolutely no need to play it this fast. This is Jan at his best. When it's a great Jan, it is the most impressive player in the world. He spent like 10 minutes on his last, I don't know how many moves, as if they're obvious, and he's just crushing the guy completely.
His psychological preparation for the next game is going to be crucial.
Another great news is that now that the balance has been disturbed, every day now there's Ding who's going to try to come back.